Good evening. Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of fried chicken, from the first domesticated fowl in the Indus Valley around 3200 BCE to the global fast food phenomenon of today. It's a story that spans 5 millennia, crosses every inhabited continent, and touches on everything from ancient trade routes to viral Twitter battles. This is how a simple cooking technique applied to a common bird became one of the world's most beloved foods. If you enjoy these deep dives into history, hit that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world, late at night or early morning, for these journeys into the past. Phone face down, volume at a whisper. Let's go in. The story begins not in the American South, not in a fast food kitchen, but in the river valleys of South Asia more than 5,000 years ago. The wild ancestor of every chicken alive today, the red jungle fowl, scratched through the undergrowth of tropical forests stretching from India to Southeast Asia. Gallus gallus, as scientists would eventually name it, was a wary bird, quick to flee, capable of short bursts of flight into low branches. It was also, crucially, tameable. Archaeological evidence from sites in the Indus Valley Civilization in what is now Pakistan and northwestern India suggests that humans first domesticated chickens around 3200 BCE. The evidence comes in fragments, chicken bones found in settlement refuse heaps, showing patterns of butchery, clay figurines depicting birds with the distinctive comb and wattle of domestic fowl, the gradual appearance of chickens in sites where wild jungle fowl never naturally ranged, indicating human transport and breeding. These early domestic chickens were smaller than modern birds, closer in size to their wild ancestors, but they represented a revolution in human food systems. The domestication happened gradually, probably over centuries. Jungle fowl were drawn to human settlements by grain stores and food waste. The least fearful birds stayed close, scavenged, thrived. Humans tolerated them, then began protecting them, then actively breeding them. Unlike cattle or sheep, chickens required no pasture. Unlike pigs, they could largely feed themselves on insects and scraps. They converted waste into protein with remarkable efficiency. A hen could produce dozens of eggs each year, each one a compact package of nutrition. The birds themselves, when slaughtered, provided meat that cooked quickly, an important consideration in a world where fuel for cooking fires represented significant labor to gather. From the Indus Valley, chickens spread eastward into what is now China by around 1500 BCE, and westward into Mesopotamia and Egypt by roughly the same period. Chinese oracle bones from the Shang dynasty mention chickens, and by 1400 BCE, chicken bones appear regularly in archaeological sites across northern China. In Egypt, chickens arrived as exotic imports, likely through trade networks connecting the Indus Valley to the Middle East. For a time, they remained rare and prestigious. Paintings in Egyptian tombs from around 1400 BCE show chickens as luxury items, gifts exchanged between nobles. Now, about frying. The technique itself is ancient, perhaps as old as the controlled use of fire. Early humans discovered that cooking food in fat, whether rendered from animals or extracted from plants, did several useful things. It raised the temperature beyond what boiling water could achieve, creating different flavors and textures. It helped preserve food by driving out moisture. It made certain nutrients more bioavailable. And it tasted extraordinary. The Maillard reaction between proteins and sugars at high heat creates hundreds of complex flavor compounds that humans find deeply appealing. The earliest frying likely happened by accident. Fat dripping from roasting meat into hot embers, sizzling. Someone noticing that food dropped into that fat cooked quickly and deliciously. Archaeological evidence for deliberate frying is harder to pinpoint than evidence for roasting or boiling, because it requires not just fire, but vessels that could contain hot fat and withstand high temperatures without cracking. Pottery technology had to advance. Metalworking, even more so. By 2500 BCE, in Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley, people possessed bronze and copper vessels suitable for frying. Egyptian tomb paintings from around 2400 BCE appear to show workers frying food in large vessels over fires, though scholars debate the exact interpretation. What's clear is that by the time chickens were being widely raised, the technology and knowledge for frying existed in multiple civilizations across Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. In ancient China, frying techniques developed sophisticated refinement by 1000 BCE. Chinese cooks used vegetable oils, sesame, soy, and learned to control temperature carefully. They developed methods of coating foods before frying, using rice flour or wheat flour mixed with water to create batters that would crisp in hot oil. Records from the Zhou dynasty describe dishes that sound recognizably like early versions of fried foods, though chicken remained relatively rare and expensive compared to pork or fish. The ancient Greeks and Romans encountered chickens through trade with Asia and the Middle East. For Greeks of the classical period, around 500 BCE, chickens were somewhat exotic, valued more for cockfighting and for their association with certain religious rituals than as common food. The rooster appears frequently in Greek art, a symbol of courage and aggression. But chickens were eaten too, and Greek cooks possessed sophisticated knowledge of frying. They used olive oil, abundant in the Mediterranean, and understood that different temperatures produced different results. Fierce heat for quick searing, moderate heat for cooking through. Roman cuisine, heavily influenced by Greek traditions and constantly enriched by the expansion of Roman trade networks, included fried chicken by the late Republic and early Empire. The Roman cookbook attributed to Apicius, compiled around the 1st century CE, but recording recipes from earlier periods, includes instructions for chicken prepared in various ways, including fried. Romans bred chickens selectively, developing larger birds. They fed chickens on grain to fatten them before slaughter, a practice that improved the meat's flavor and tenderness. Fried chicken, in the Roman world, was food for those who could afford both the bird and the oil or fat required to cook it. But Rome represents just one tradition among many. In West Africa, a food culture of extraordinary sophistication had been developing for millennia. West Africans domesticated several indigenous crops, developed complex agricultural systems, and created cooking techniques that would eventually prove crucial to the story of fried chicken. They had access to palm oil, extracted from the fruit of the oil palm tree, which grows across tropical West Africa. Palm oil has a high smoke point. It can be heated to temperatures ideal for frying without breaking down or producing harsh flavors. West African cooks became masters of frying, developing methods for coating and seasoning foods, using ground seeds and spices to create complex flavor layers. By 500 BCE, chickens had reached West Africa through trans-Saharan trade routes connecting North Africa to sub-Saharan regions. West African cooks applied their frying techniques to this new protein source, creating dishes that would not be documented in European sources for more than 1,000 years, but which existed, were refined, and passed down through generations of cooks. What's striking, looking at this ancient evidence scattered across continents, is how independently multiple cultures arrived at similar solutions. Frying worked. It worked in China with vegetable oil, and it worked in Rome with olive oil, and it worked in West Africa with palm oil. It worked because hot fat solves problems. It cooks food quickly, preserves it temporarily, makes it delicious, and transforms cheap or tough ingredients into something special. Chicken suited frying particularly well. The meat is lean, prone to drying out when roasted. Frying seals in moisture while creating a crispy exterior. The relatively small size of chickens meant they could be cut into pieces that would cook through without burning, unlike, say, a whole cow or sheep. These ancient cooks were not following recipes written down in books. They learned by watching, by doing, by tasting. A woman in the Indus Valley teaching her daughter when the oil was hot enough, not by a thermometer, which wouldn't exist for millennia, but by the shimmer of the surface, the way a drop of water would sizzle and dance. A Roman cook in a villa kitchen explaining how to test if chicken was cooked through by pressing it with a finger, feeling for firmness. A West African grandmother showing how to pound spices and seeds into paste, coating the bird so the flavors would penetrate as it cooked. The knowledge was practical, embodied, passed through countless hands over countless generations, and it was spreading. By the end of the classical period, around 500 CE, chickens were common across Europe, Asia, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa. The techniques for frying them existed in multiple culinary traditions, each with its own methods, preferred fats, and seasonings. The pieces were in place. What happened next would depend on trade, migration, conquest, and the forced movement of peoples across oceans, all still centuries in the future. For now, in the year 500 BCE, if you had traveled the breadth of the known world, you would have encountered chickens being fried in hot fat from the Mediterranean to the Yellow River, from the Niger Delta to the Arabian Peninsula. The technique was ancient. The bird was spreading. The story was just beginning. The 5 centuries before the Common Era and the 1,000 years after saw chickens move from regional curiosity to global staple. Trade routes carried the birds westward into Europe, eastward across Asia, and through the complex networks of exchange that connected Africa's diverse regions. With the chickens traveled techniques, preferences, and the accumulated knowledge of how best to prepare them. What emerged was not a single tradition, but a tapestry of approaches, each shaped by available ingredients, fuel sources, cooking vessels, and cultural tastes. In the classical Greek world, chickens became increasingly common between 500 and 300 BCE. The birds appear in the plays of Aristophanes, in the dialogues of Plato, in the natural histories compiled by Aristotle. Greek farmers kept chickens in their courtyards, valuing them for eggs primarily, for meat secondarily. The Greeks called them electriones, and they bred them not just for eating, but for fighting. Cockfighting was popular entertainment, but it also served a martial purpose. Athenian generals reportedly made their soldiers watch cockfights before battle to inspire courage. Greek cooks prepared chicken in various ways, but frying held particular appeal. The Greek kitchen used olive oil abundantly, and the Mediterranean climate produced oil of exceptional quality. To fry chicken, a Greek cook would heat olive oil in a bronze or earthenware vessel, season the chicken pieces with salt and perhaps silphium, a now extinct plant valued for its pungent flavor, and cook them until golden. The heat had to be watched carefully. Olive oil burns at lower temperatures than some other fats, and burned oil turned bitter. A skilled cook knew by sight and smell when the temperature was right. The Greeks also developed an early version of battered frying. They would mix wheat flour with wine or water to create a liquid coating. Dip fish or chicken into this mixture and fry it until the coating crisped. This technique appears in fragments of Greek culinary writing that survive, though most Greek cookbooks have been lost to time. What remains suggests a cuisine that prized simplicity of technique combined with quality ingredients. The olive oil mattered as much as the bird. When Rome absorbed Greek territories and Greek culture, it absorbed Greek cooking too, then elaborated upon it. By the 1st century CE, Roman cuisine had become spectacularly diverse, drawing on ingredients and methods from across the expanding empire. The cookbook attributed to Apicius, compiled during this period, includes multiple chicken recipes. One instructs the cook to fry chicken pieces in oil, then finish them in a sauce of wine, honey, vinegar, and herbs. Another suggests boiling chicken first to tenderize it, then coating it in a mixture of crushed pepper and lovage before frying. Roman chickens were bred larger than their Greek predecessors. Roman agricultural writers like Columella, writing around 60 CE, provided detailed instructions for raising poultry. He recommended feeding chickens on barley and millet to fatten them, keeping them in coops that received morning sunlight, separating aggressive roosters from the hens. Romans understood that well-fed, unstressed chickens produced better meat. The wealthy maintained elaborate poultry yards. The common people bought chickens in markets where live birds were sold alongside vegetables and bread. Frying in the Roman world required fat or oil, which meant it remained somewhat expensive. The poor more often boiled their chicken or roasted it over open flames. But for those who could afford it, frying was prized. The high heat created flavors and textures impossible to achieve through boiling. The crispness of skin, the deep browning that signaled complex flavors developing. Roman banquets featured elaborate fried dishes, the chicken sometimes stuffed with forcemeat, herbs, and pine nuts before being fried whole in large bronze vessels. While Rome expanded westward and northward, transforming Europe, other culinary traditions were developing independently in the Middle East. Persian cuisine, sophisticated and ancient, incorporated chickens that had arrived via trade with India and Central Asia. Persian cooks fried chicken in clarified butter, what would later be called ghee, or in rendered sheep fat. They seasoned with spices that arrived along the Silk Road: cinnamon from Sri Lanka, pepper from India, ginger from Southeast Asia. Persian recipes combined sweet and savory. Fried chicken might be served with pomegranate sauce or quince preserves. The Persian approach influenced Arab cuisine as the Islamic Caliphate expanded in the 7th and 8th centuries CE. Arab cooks adopted and adapted Persian techniques, adding their own innovations. They used olive oil in regions where olives grew, butter or clarified butter elsewhere. They developed marinades using yogurt, lemon juice, and spices to tenderize chicken before frying. The acidity of the marinade broke down proteins, making the meat more tender and allowing flavors to penetrate deeply. Baghdad, in the Abbasid Caliphate, during the 8th and 9th centuries, became one of the world's great culinary centers. Cooks in the caliph's kitchens had access to ingredients from 3 continents. Cookbooks began to be written in Arabic, preserving recipes that might otherwise have been lost. These texts describe chicken fried with saffron, with cumin, with coriander. They explained techniques for coating chicken in egg and breadcrumbs before frying, a method that would spread throughout the Islamic world and eventually into Europe. In West Africa, far from Baghdad's courts, a different set of traditions was flourishing. West African agriculture had developed staple crops, including yams, sorghum, and rice. West African metallurgy produced iron tools and vessels, and West African cooks had mastered frying in palm oil, which was abundant, flavorful, and perfectly suited to high-heat cooking. By the time chickens arrived in West Africa, probably by 500 BCE, certainly by the turn of the Common Era, West African culinary traditions were already ancient and sophisticated. West African cooks understood seasoning in ways that would not be matched in European cuisine until much later. They used ground seeds, egusi, ogbono, to create coating for fried foods. They pounded peppers and aromatics into pastes. They combined ingredients to build layers of flavor, understanding that certain spices released their flavors when heated in oil, while others were better added late to preserve brightness. The chicken might be marinated in a mixture of ground peppers, salt, and fermented locust beans before being fried in palm oil that had been heated until it shimmered red gold. These techniques were not written down in the way Roman or later Arab recipes were recorded. West African culinary knowledge was transmitted orally, passed from experienced cooks to apprentices, preserved through practice rather than text. This would have profound implications later in history. When European observers encountered West African cooking, they often failed to recognize its sophistication because it existed outside the written traditions they valued. Eastward, in China, frying techniques had been evolving for centuries. By the Han Dynasty, which ruled from 206 BCE to 220 CE, Chinese cooks possessed woks, round-bottomed iron vessels ideal for frying. The wok's shape meant that a relatively small amount of oil, heated in the bottom of the vessel, could reach high temperatures, while the sloped sides stayed cooler. This made frying more economical and gave cooks precise control over temperature by moving ingredients up and down the wok's sides. Chinese cuisine developed a distinction between different frying methods. There was chao, stir-frying over very high heat with constant motion. There was zha, deep frying, where food was fully submerged in hot oil, and variations between them, each suited to different ingredients and desired outcomes. Chicken might be stir-fried in pieces with vegetables and sauce, or deep-fried whole, or coated in batter and fried until crispy. Chinese cooks used soy sauce, rice wine, ginger, and scallions to season chicken before frying, creating flavor profiles utterly different from Roman olive oil and herbs or West African peppers and palm oil. The same techniques spread to Korea, where chickens had arrived by around 300 BCE. Korean cooks adapted Chinese methods, developing their own preferences for seasonings and preparation. They used sesame oil for its nutty flavor, garlic in abundance, chili peppers after those arrived from the Americas centuries later. Korean court cuisine, elaborated during the Three Kingdoms period, from the 1st century BCE through the 7th century CE, included elaborate chicken dishes for banquets. Japan received chickens later, probably during the Yayoi period between 300 BCE and 300 CE, arriving from Korea. Initially, chickens in Japan were valued more for religious purposes than food. The Shinto religion considered roosters sacred. Their crowing announced the dawn, calling forth the sun goddess Amaterasu. Eating chicken was less common in Japan than in China or Korea, though it did occur. Japanese frying techniques, when they developed, used vegetable oils and tended toward lighter, less heavily seasoned preparations than Chinese equivalents. Across these diverse cultures, chicken acquired symbolic meanings. In ancient Rome, chickens were used for divination. Sacred chickens accompanied armies, and their behavior supposedly predicted the outcome of battles. If the chickens ate enthusiastically, victory was assured. If they refused food, disaster loomed. The practice was taken seriously enough that Roman generals sometimes carried chickens into war zones, consulting them before major engagements. In Zoroastrian Persia, roosters were associated with the sun and with vigilance against evil. The rooster's crow banished demons of the night. In Chinese cosmology, the rooster was one of the 12 zodiac animals, associated with particular personality traits and fortunes. These symbolic associations didn't prevent people from eating chickens, but they added layers of meaning to the act of raising, killing, and consuming them. The religious traditions that emerged during this period had varied relationships with chicken. Judaism permitted chicken as kosher, though it required specific slaughter methods. Early Christianity inherited Jewish dietary laws initially, then largely abandoned them, leaving chicken freely available to Christian populations. Islam, codified in the 7th century, permitted chicken as halal, again with specific requirements for slaughter. Hinduism had complex rules that varied by region and caste. Some Hindus ate chicken, others abstained from all meat. Still others avoided chicken but ate other flesh. Buddhism, spreading from India through Asia during this period, generally discouraged meat consumption, though practices varied. In some Buddhist cultures, monks could eat meat that had been donated to them, provided they hadn't seen the animal killed specifically for them. In other Buddhist traditions, vegetarianism was strictly observed. These religious rules shaped how frequently and in what contexts chicken was consumed, but they didn't eliminate the practice. Even in largely Buddhist regions, substantial populations of non-Buddhist or lay Buddhist people continued raising and eating chickens. By the year 1000 CE, as this chapter of the story closes, chickens had spread to every inhabited continent except the Americas and Australia. The birds were being raised on European farms from Britain to Byzantium, across North Africa, through the Middle East, in South and Southeast Asia, in East Asia from China to Japan, and across West and East Africa. Techniques for frying them existed in all these regions, though the specifics differed dramatically. A cook in Tang Dynasty China would not recognize the palm oil and pepper preparation of West Africa. A cook in West Africa would find Roman olive oil and Silphium alien. A Persian cook would be mystified by Chinese soy sauce and rice wine. Yet all of them were solving the same fundamental problem: how to take this bird, so efficiently raised, and transform it into something delicious. All of them had discovered that hot fat performed a kind of magic, creating textures and flavors that made the humble chicken into something worth celebrating. The techniques were developing independently, shaped by local ingredients and tastes, but they were developing in parallel, multiple traditions growing richer and more refined with each passing generation. No one, in the year 1000 CE, could have predicted that these separate traditions would one day collide, merge, and create something new. But the stage was being set. The knowledge existed in dozens of languages, hundreds of kitchens, thousands of skilled hands. What came next would depend on trade, on migration, on the movement of people across ever greater distances. The medieval period was beginning, and with it, a new phase in the long history of how humans cooked this bird. The medieval period, spanning roughly from 1000 to 1400 CE, saw the consolidation of distinct culinary traditions across the Old World. Trade networks expanded, carrying not just goods, but techniques and tastes across vast distances. Yet despite increased contact, regional cooking styles remained remarkably separate. A Scottish cook preparing chicken in rendered beef fat was working within a tradition utterly distinct from a Malian cook frying in palm oil. Though both were creating dishes their communities would recognize and celebrate. These parallel developments, occurring simultaneously across thousands of miles, would eventually prove crucial to the story of fried chicken. In medieval Europe, chicken occupied an interesting position in the food hierarchy. Chickens were common, kept by peasants and nobility alike. They required little space and could forage for much of their food, making them economical to raise. Eggs provided steady nutrition, and the birds themselves could be slaughtered when meat was needed. Yet the way Europeans prepared chicken differed markedly from methods developing elsewhere. Medieval European cooking favored boiling and roasting over frying. This preference had practical roots. Boiling required only water, and a vessel, while roasting needed only a spit and fire. Frying demanded fat or oil, which was more precious. In England and much of Northern Europe, animal fats, lard from pigs, tallow from cattle, were the primary cooking fats. Butter existed, but was expensive and often reserved for the wealthy or for special occasions. Olive oil had to be imported from the Mediterranean at considerable cost. For most medieval Europeans, using enough fat to submerge chicken pieces seemed wasteful. They boiled chicken in pots with vegetables and grains, creating one-pot meals. They roasted whole chickens on spits over open fires, basting them with their own drippings. These methods worked well enough, producing edible results, though they lacked the crispy texture and complex flavors that frying created. Scotland, however, developed a distinctive tradition that would prove historically significant. Scottish cooks fried chicken in fat, typically beef drippings or lard, without any coating or batter. The method was straightforward. Heat fat in an iron pan, season the chicken with salt, fry until cooked through. The result was not as crispy as battered fried chicken would later become, but it was flavorful and the fat helped preserve the meat for a day or two longer than other cooking methods. This Scottish technique existed by at least the 12th century, documented in household accounts and mentioned in scattered records of noble households. The Scottish method may have had ancient Celtic roots, or it may have developed independently as a practical solution to Scotland's climate and available resources. Scotland had cattle and pigs providing fat for cooking. Its cool, damp climate meant that lightly preserving food through frying helped extend its usability. Whatever its origins, this simple technique, chicken fried in plain fat, would travel. Scottish people were mobile in the medieval period, serving as mercenaries across Europe, trading, migrating. They carried their foodways with them. South of the Mediterranean, the Islamic world was experiencing what historians call the Islamic Golden Age. From Baghdad to Cordoba, Muslim scholars were preserving Greek and Roman knowledge, advancing mathematics and medicine, and documenting culinary practices with unprecedented detail. The cookbooks written in Arabic during this period represent some of the earliest systematic recipe collections in history. A manuscript from 10th century Baghdad, the Kitab al-Tabikh, describes dozens of chicken preparations. Another, written in 13th century Andalusia, provides elaborate instructions for preparing poultry. Islamic cuisine during this period achieved remarkable sophistication. Cooks in the Abbasid and later Fatimid courts had access to spices from across the known world through the Indian Ocean trade network. Black pepper from India's Malabar coast, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, cloves from the Maluku Islands, ginger from China and India, all flowed through Muslim-controlled trade routes. These spices were expensive, but available to those who could afford them, and cooks learned to use them in complex combinations. A typical recipe from this period might instruct the cook to marinate chicken pieces in yogurt mixed with ground coriander, cumin, and black pepper. After several hours, the chicken would be removed from the marinade, patted dry, and fried in clarified butter or olive oil until golden. Then it might be finished in a sauce, made from ground almonds, rosewater, and honey. The result was layers of flavor, tangy, spicy, sweet, rich, far more complex than the simple salt and fat preparations common in Northern Europe. These recipes spread throughout the Islamic world. A dish developed in Baghdad might appear, with variations, in Cairo, in Damascus, in Cordoba. Muslim traders, scholars, and pilgrims carried culinary knowledge along with everything else they transported. When Muslims ruled parts of the Iberian Peninsula, their cooking techniques influenced Christian Spanish cuisine, introducing frying methods and spice combinations that would become characteristic of Spanish cooking. When crusaders from Europe encountered Middle Eastern food, some brought ideas home, though this transfer was limited by mutual hostility and Europeans' tendency to dismiss Islamic culture. In West Africa, culinary traditions continued to develop with increasing sophistication. By the medieval period, West African societies had established complex kingdoms and trade networks. The Ghana Empire, reaching its height in the 11th century, controlled trans-Saharan trade routes. The Mali Empire, dominant in the 13th and 14th centuries, became one of the world's wealthiest states. Its ruler, Mansa Musa, famous for his pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324, during which his entourage's spending reportedly disrupted Mediterranean economies. West African cooking during this period used palm oil extensively. The oil was extracted through a process of boiling and pressing palm fruits, producing a red-orange oil with a distinctive flavor and a high smoke point. This made it ideal for frying. West African cooks developed elaborate spice blends, pounding together various peppers, seeds, and aromatics. They understood that toasting spices before grinding intensified their flavors. They knew that adding spices at different stages of cooking created different effects. Some added to marinades, some bloomed in hot oil, some stirred in at the end. A West African cook preparing chicken in, say, the 14th century might begin by pounding together alligator pepper, grains of paradise, and salt. The chicken would be rubbed with this mixture and left to absorb the flavors. Then palm oil would be heated in an iron pot until shimmering. The chicken pieces would be added, turned occasionally, fried until deeply golden and cooked through. The dish might be served with yams or rice, with sauce made from ground egusi seeds. Every element was considered. The heat of the peppers balanced against the richness of the oil, the tenderness of the meat, the textures of the accompaniments. These techniques were not written in books that survive today. West African societies during this period used Arabic script for religious and administrative purposes in Islamicized regions, but culinary knowledge remained largely oral. This does not mean it was less sophisticated or less deliberate than documented Islamic or European cuisines. It simply meant that the knowledge lived in practice, in the skilled hands of cooks who had trained for years, learning through observation and repetition. An apprentice cook would watch, would practice, would gradually be trusted with more complex preparations. The knowledge was embodied, kinetic, passed through demonstration rather than text. The spice trade during this medieval period created culinary ripples across 3 continents. Spices grown in South and Southeast Asia traveled west to the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. They traveled east to China and Japan. They moved through complex networks of intermediaries. Indonesian merchants to Indian ports, Indian merchants to Arabian traders, Arabian traders to Venetian merchants, Venetian merchants to European markets. Each transaction increased the price. By the time peppercorns reached England, they cost more per pound than most people earned in a month. This expense meant that in Europe, spices became markers of status. The wealthy used spices liberally, partly for flavor, but partly to display wealth. A noble household's chicken might be fried, using expensive oil or large amounts of fat, and heavily spiced with imported pepper and cinnamon. A peasant's chicken would be boiled with whatever vegetables were available, salt if they had it, herbs from the garden if they were lucky. The same bird, prepared two different ways, signaling two different positions in the social hierarchy. Guilds controlled food preparation in medieval European cities. Bakers had their guild, butchers theirs, cooks another. These organizations regulated who could prepare and sell food, maintaining quality standards and protecting members' economic interests. A street vendor couldn't simply start frying chicken and selling it without guild approval. This system ensured certain standards, but also limited innovation and kept food preparation within established boundaries. The guilds preserved traditional methods, but sometimes resisted new ones. In China, during the Song dynasty, from 960 to 1279 CE, urban food culture flourished. Cities like Hangzhou supported restaurants, street food vendors, and elaborate banquet cuisine. Chinese cooks continued to refine frying techniques, distinguishing between methods and developing specialized vessels for each. Chicken might be fried with Sichuan peppercorns and chili oil in one region, with soy sauce and rice wine in another. The Mongol conquest of China in 1279 brought new influences, Central Asian ingredients and preferences mixing with Chinese traditions. Korea, during the Goryeo dynasty, from 918 to 1392 CE, developed its own distinctive cuisine, influenced by Chinese cooking, but adapted to Korean tastes and ingredients. Korean cooks fried chicken for special occasions, often for royal banquets or important celebrations. They used sesame oil for its flavor and aroma, creating dishes that were recognizably related to Chinese preparations, but distinctly Korean in execution. Japan, during the Kamakura and Muromachi periods, from 1185 to 1573 CE, remained more ambivalent about chicken. Buddhist influence meant meat consumption was officially discouraged, though never entirely eliminated. When chicken was prepared, it was often grilled or simmered rather than fried. Japanese cuisine during this period developed its own sophisticated techniques, but frying chicken was not among its central practices. Social hierarchies everywhere shaped who ate what and how food was prepared. In feudal Europe, peasants owed portions of their chickens and eggs to their lords as part of their obligations. The best birds went up the social ladder. The oldest hens and smallest chickens stayed at the bottom. In Islamic societies, elaborate fried chicken dishes appeared at elite tables, while common people ate simpler preparations. In West Africa, chicken was often reserved for special occasions, for feeding guests, for celebrations, not everyday fare for most people. Gender shaped these hierarchies too. In most medieval societies, cooking was primarily women's work in household settings, though professional cooking in taverns, inns, and noble households was often performed by men. Women passed culinary knowledge to daughters and daughters-in-law, teaching the specific techniques that characterized their families' or regions' approach to food. This gendered transmission meant that cooking knowledge was intimately tied to women's social networks and women's teaching authority, even when those contributions went unrecorded in written sources. By 1400 CE, as the medieval period drew toward its close, distinct culinary traditions had matured across the Old World. Scottish cooks fried chicken in rendered fat without batter. West African cooks used palm oil and sophisticated spice blends. Islamic cooks from Andalusia to Persia employed complex marinades and multiple cooking stages. Chinese and Korean cooks had perfected wok techniques and developed elaborate sauces. Each tradition was coherent within itself, refined through centuries of practice, well adapted to local ingredients and tastes. These traditions existed separately, each unaware of most of the others. A cook in Timbuktu did not know about Scottish frying methods. A cook in Seoul had never encountered palm oil. A Scottish cook had no access to Sichuan peppercorns. The ingredients, techniques, and cultural contexts remained distinct, yet all of them were working with the same basic elements: chicken, heat, fat, seasoning, and all of them had discovered that frying produced something special. The world was about to change. The age of European exploration was beginning. Portuguese sailors were probing down the West African coast. Spanish rulers were consolidating power in Iberia. Technologies of navigation and shipbuilding were advancing. Within a century, Europeans would be sailing to the Americas, around Africa to Asia, establishing trade routes and colonial settlements. When those connections were made, when people from different continents were brought into contact, sometimes through trade, often through conquest, sometimes through the horror of slavery, their foods would meet too. And when Scottish frying techniques encountered West African spice knowledge, when European chickens met American ingredients, something new would emerge. But that collision still lay in the future. For now, in the year 1400, these traditions thrived separately, each perfect within its own context, none imagining the transformations ahead. The 15th century marked the beginning of a transformation that would reshape the world's cuisines. European ships, driven by hunger for spices and gold, began traversing oceans that had previously seemed impassable. What followed was not simply trade, but collision of peoples, diseases, plants, animals, and the accumulated culinary knowledge of previously separate civilizations. The story of fried chicken enters a darker phase here, one inextricably bound to violence and exploitation, but also to resilience and creativity under unimaginable conditions. Portuguese explorers, pushing down the West African coast in the 1440s, encountered societies whose complexity they consistently underestimated or deliberately ignored. The Portuguese sought gold and slaves, not cultural exchange, but they couldn't avoid observing the sophistication of West African life. The kingdoms they encountered, Benin, Congo, various Akan states, had established governments, complex artistic traditions, and advanced agricultural systems. Their food culture reflected centuries of refinement. A Portuguese trader visiting Elmina on the Gold Coast in the late 15th century would have encountered markets selling precisely organized goods, piles of yams, baskets of peppers, palm oil in earthenware vessels live, chickens in woven cages. Had that trader been invited to share a meal, he might have tasted chicken fried in palm oil, coated with ground spices whose names he didn't know, served with fufu pounded from yams or cassava. The techniques involved required skill he likely lacked, knowing when the oil reached the right temperature, how to balance the heat of different peppers, how long to fry to achieve tenderness without drying the meat. But Portuguese accounts rarely documented such details with respect or accuracy. European observers during this period often described African cooking in dismissive terms when they mentioned it at all. This blindness had consequences. When Africans were forcibly transported to the Americas in the slave trade that began in earnest in the early 1500s, their culinary expertise came with them, but it would take centuries before European-descended observers would acknowledge or credit it. The Portuguese and Spanish explorations also connected the Americas to the rest of the world, initiating what historians call the Columbian Exchange. After 1492, plants, animals, and microbes flowed between hemispheres. From the Americas came tomatoes, potatoes, maize, various peppers, cacao, and dozens of other crops. To the Americas went wheat, rice, chickens, pigs, cattle, and European vegetables. The tomatoes that would become essential to Italian cooking, the potatoes that would sustain Ireland, the chili peppers that would define Sichuan cuisine, all came from the Americas. And chickens, first domesticated in South Asia thousands of years earlier, arrived in the Americas aboard European ships. Native Americans had no chickens before contact, though they had turkeys, which they had domesticated. The Aztec, Maya, and other Mesoamerican peoples had sophisticated cuisines based on maize, beans, squash, turkey, and wild game. North American indigenous groups had adapted their foodways to diverse environments, from the salmon of the Pacific Northwest to the bison of the Great Plains, to the agriculture of the eastern woodlands. These cuisines would be disrupted catastrophically by European colonization and disease, but elements would persist and influence what developed in the Americas. In Europe itself, the Renaissance saw increased documentation of cooking techniques. Cookbooks began to be printed rather than copied by hand, making them more widely available. In Scotland, records from the 16th century describe the preparation of fried chicken with increasing specificity. The method remained simple: chicken pieces fried in rendered beef or pork fat, seasoned with salt and perhaps pepper. But it was now being written down. Scottish nobility ate fried chicken at banquets. Scottish common people ate it on special occasions. The technique was established enough to be considered traditional. English and French cookbooks from this period show that frying chicken was known but not predominant in those cuisines. The English tended toward roasting and boiling. The French were developing what would become haute cuisine, with elaborate sauces and presentations. Fried chicken appears in some French cookbooks of the 17th century, often as poulet frit, but it was one preparation among many, not a signature dish. The Spanish and Portuguese, controlling vast colonial empires by the 1500s, facilitated the mixing of culinary traditions, though often through violence. In the Caribbean, Central America, and South America, Spanish colonizers imposed their authority over indigenous peoples. They brought African slaves to work plantations growing sugarcane, a crop whose profitability depended on brutal forced labor. The Spanish also brought chickens, pigs, and cattle, introducing new protein sources to American environments. The plantation system that developed in the Americas created a food economy with sharp divisions. Plantation owners imported European ingredients, wheat flour, wine, olive oil, to maintain European dietary habits. They also relied on local ingredients and on the labor of enslaved people who did all the cooking. These cooks were initially indigenous people, but increasingly, as indigenous populations were decimated by disease and brutality, they were Africans brought across the Atlantic in chains. The Middle Passage, the forced journey of enslaved Africans across the Atlantic, was an atrocity of almost incomprehensible scale. Between the early 1500s and the mid-1800s, approximately 12 million Africans were transported to the Americas as slaves. Millions more died during capture or the ocean crossing. These people carried nothing material with them. They were allowed nothing, but they carried knowledge. They carried languages, songs, stories, religious practices, and culinary expertise. When enslaved Africans arrived in the Americas, whether in Brazil, the Caribbean, or North America, they found themselves forced to cook with unfamiliar ingredients in unfamiliar kitchens under the authority of people who claimed ownership over their very bodies. Yet, they adapted. They combined African techniques with New World and European ingredients, creating new dishes that would become fundamental to American cuisine. The first permanent English colony in North America was established at Jamestown, Virginia, in 1607. The colony nearly failed in its early years, but it survived by cultivating tobacco, a crop that required intensive labor. Initially, the colony used indentured servants from England, but by the 1640s, planters were increasingly turning to enslaved African labor. The first documented Africans in English North America arrived in 1619, and while their initial status was ambiguous, by mid-century the system of racialized chattel slavery was becoming legally and socially entrenched. Enslaved people in Virginia and Maryland, in the Carolinas and later Georgia, were forced to work growing tobacco, rice, and indigo. They also grew food for the plantations, consumption, maintained vegetable gardens, and did all the cooking for enslaved and enslaver alike. The kitchen work fell primarily to women, though men also cooked. These cooks worked with what was available: chickens, which thrived in the southern climate, pigs, which could forage in woods and convert waste into meat, corn, which grew abundantly, and whatever vegetables could be cultivated or foraged. Chickens were particularly important in the enslaved economy. Enslaved people were sometimes allowed to keep chickens of their own, selling eggs or meat to accumulate tiny amounts of money. Chickens represented one of the few forms of property enslaved people could sometimes control. They also meant occasional access to meat protein in diets otherwise heavily dependent on cornmeal and whatever vegetables could be grown. When enslaved women from West Africa cooked chicken in Virginia or South Carolina, they brought techniques they had learned in their homelands. They understood frying in ways that their enslavers often did not. They knew about coating chicken with seasoned flour or meal. They knew how to heat fat to the right temperature. They knew which seasonings complemented the rich flavor of fried chicken. But they had to adapt. Palm oil wasn't available, so they used lard or beef fat, or later, vegetable shortenings. The specific peppers and spices of West Africa weren't accessible, so they used what they could obtain. Black pepper when available, salt, whatever herbs grew nearby. Scottish immigrants to the American South brought their own frying traditions, simpler than West African methods, but established. Scottish-Irish settlers, who arrived in substantial numbers in the 18th century, settled in the southern backcountry and brought their foodways with them. They fried chicken in fat, without elaborate seasoning, a practical preparation for hard-working farm families. The convergence was beginning. In southern kitchens, particularly on plantations, West African culinary expertise was being applied to Scottish-inspired preparations, creating something new. An enslaved cook might fry chicken using the Scottish method of plain fat frying, but add West African knowledge about seasoning and temperature control. Or she might remember West African coating techniques and adapt them to available cornmeal or wheat flour. The innovation happened not in freedom, but under coercion, in kitchens where cooks had to satisfy enslavers' tastes while feeding themselves and their families from whatever remained. By the late 1600s, distinct regional variations were emerging in colonial America. In the Chesapeake region, Virginia and Maryland, tobacco plantations dominated. In the Carolinas, rice plantations were being established, particularly in the low country around Charleston. Rice cultivation required expertise that West Africans possessed and English settlers lacked. Enslaved people from the rice-growing regions of West Africa were specifically targeted by slave traders because of their agricultural knowledge. These enslaved rice cultivators brought not just farming expertise, but culinary knowledge about how to prepare rice, how to season it, how to combine it with other foods. In the Caribbean, a Creole culture was developing faster than on the mainland, as enslaved Africans heavily outnumbered European colonizers. Caribbean cuisine became a vivid fusion of African, European, and indigenous influences. Fried chicken prepared in Jamaica or Haiti might use techniques recognizable from West Africa, ingredients introduced by the Spanish or Portuguese, and preparations influenced by Carib or Arawak foodways. Each island developed its own variants. Spanish Florida, French Louisiana, Dutch New Amsterdam. Each colonial venture created contexts where different culinary traditions encountered one another. But the English colonies of the southern mainland would prove most significant for the development of what would become known as Southern fried chicken. This was where Scottish frying methods, West African spice knowledge, plantation agriculture, and the forced labor of enslaved cooks combined to create something distinct. The plantation system established hierarchies that extended into the kitchen. The enslaved cook, usually a woman, held a position of relative authority within the enslaved community, but absolute subordination to the enslavers. She decided how to prepare the food within constraints of available ingredients and the enslaver's expectations. She taught skills to daughters and to other enslaved women, passing down techniques. The best cooks were valuable, sometimes hired out to other plantations, occasionally given slight privileges, though these privileges should be understood in context. A person held as property, granted minor concessions within a system of total domination. The food prepared in these kitchens fed enslavers at their tables and enslaved people in their quarters. But it was rarely the same food. The enslaver's family ate choice cuts, fried chicken made with ample fat, wheat flour, refined seasonings. Enslaved people ate what remained, scraps, organ meats, cheaper ingredients, though their cooks sometimes created extraordinary dishes from these leavings, demonstrating culinary genius under deprivation. By 1700, the pieces were in place. The American South had established plantation agriculture dependent on enslaved labor. Chickens were common, easy to raise, accessible even to enslaved people in limited ways. Scottish-descended settlers had brought frying traditions. Enslaved Africans had brought profound culinary expertise. The crops of the Columbian Exchange, corn for meal, peppers for heat, were available. The technique that would become Southern fried chicken was emerging in plantation kitchens, created by enslaved cooks who received no credit, no recognition, no freedom, but whose skill and creativity were producing something genuinely new. The convergence was not peaceful exchange. It was born from brutality, from forced migration, from systems designed to extract labor and wealth from human suffering. Yet within those systems, people survived, resisted, created, and preserved what they could of their identities and traditions. The food they made, fried chicken among many other dishes, reflected both their oppression and their ingenuity. It would take generations for the full implications of this convergence to develop, and centuries more for anything approaching fair recognition of its creators. But the foundation was laid in those plantation kitchens of the 17th century by hands that were not free, but whose skill was undeniable. The 18th century in the American South saw the full emergence of what we now recognize as Southern fried chicken. It happened in plantation kitchens, created by enslaved cooks who synthesized multiple traditions into something genuinely new. The dish that emerged was neither purely West African, nor purely Scottish, nor purely American, but a fusion born from specific circumstances: the brutal economics of plantation slavery, the ingredients available in the southern colonies, and the remarkable culinary intelligence of people denied freedom, but not creativity. Chickens fit the plantation economy in ways that made them nearly ideal. Unlike cattle, they required no pasture. Unlike pigs, they needed little space. A chicken could scratch out a living in a small yard, eating insects, seeds, kitchen scraps, whatever it found. Chickens matured quickly. A chick hatched in spring would be large enough to eat by summer. Hens laid eggs almost daily during productive months, providing steady protein without slaughtering the bird. When meat was needed, chickens were small enough that one bird could feed a family without the preservation problems that came with butchering a pig or cow. For plantation owners, chickens were low-investment livestock that produced high returns. For enslaved people, chickens represented something more complex. In many plantations, enslaved people were permitted to keep small numbers of chickens, sometimes with explicit permission, sometimes through informal arrangements, sometimes simply by asserting what little autonomy they could. These chickens meant eggs to supplement inadequate rations. They meant meat for special occasions. They meant, sometimes, a small income. Enslaved people could sell eggs or chickens, accumulating tiny amounts of money that might, eventually, purchase freedom or at least small comforts. The economics created knowledge. Enslaved people who raised chickens learned which hens were good layers, which roosters produced vigorous chicks, how to prevent disease, when to cull unproductive birds. They became experts by necessity, and the women who cooked, both for the enslaver's family and for the enslaved community, developed profound understanding of how to prepare chicken in ways that maximized flavor, texture, and satisfaction from an ingredient that, while more available than beef or game, was still precious. The fusion happened gradually, through daily practice rather than documented invention. An enslaved cook in Virginia in the early 1700s, let's imagine her, though we don't have her name, would have inherited or learned West African techniques from her mother or from other enslaved women. She would know about seasoning, about the importance of salt and spices, about coating techniques. She might also work for an enslaver of Scottish or Scots-Irish descent who expected chicken fried in the manner they remembered from their homeland. Plain fat frying, minimal seasoning. Her challenge was to satisfy that expectation while creating food that she and her community would want to eat. The solution, worked out in countless kitchens by countless unnamed cooks, was to combine elements of both traditions. The chicken would be cut into pieces, a technique common to multiple traditions, but essential for even cooking and efficient use of fuel. The pieces would be seasoned with salt, pepper if available, and whatever other seasonings the cook could access or grow. Then, and this was crucial, the chicken would be coated before frying. Sometimes the coating was simply seasoned flour. Sometimes it was cornmeal, ground from the corn that grew abundantly in the South. Sometimes it was buttermilk, followed by flour, creating layers of flavor and texture. Buttermilk became central to the process, though its adoption took time. Buttermilk was the liquid left after churning butter, slightly sour from fermentation. European dairying traditions used buttermilk, but its application to fried chicken seems to have developed in America. Soaking chicken in buttermilk did several useful things. The acidity partially broke down proteins, tenderizing the meat. The liquid helped seasonings penetrate. The buttermilk clung to the chicken, making flour coating adhere better, and the slight tanginess complemented the rich, fatty flavor of fried chicken. beautifully. A cook might soak chicken pieces in buttermilk, seasoned with salt and pepper, for several hours or overnight. Then each piece would be removed, allowed to drain slightly, and dredged through flour that had been seasoned with more salt and pepper and perhaps cayenne, if available. The coated pieces would then be carefully lowered into a cast iron skillet containing several inches of lard or beef fat, heated until shimmering but not smoking, perhaps 350 degrees Fahrenheit, though no cook used a thermometer. They knew by sight and sound. The fat should ripple, and that a test piece should sizzle immediately when added without sputtering violently. The chicken would fry for 12 to 15 minutes on the first side, developing a deep golden crust. Then it would be carefully turned, using a long fork or specialized implement to avoid splashing hot fat, and fried another 12 to 15 minutes. The heat had to be watched constantly. Too hot, and the coating would burn before the meat cooked through. Too cool, and the coating would absorb oil, turning greasy rather than crisp. A skilled cook monitored by ear as much as eye, listening for the steady sizzle that indicated proper temperature, adjusting the fire beneath the skillet by adding or removing wood or coals. This process required knowledge that couldn't be conveyed in a simple recipe. It required understanding heat, timing, the sound and appearance of properly frying chicken. It required physical skill, the dexterity to turn pieces in hot oil without burning oneself, the strength to manage heavy cast iron skillets, the patience to fry multiple batches without rushing. An experienced cook developed this knowledge over years, beginning as a child, watching and helping, gradually being trusted with more responsibility, eventually becoming the primary cook whose skill was essential to the household. The seasoning traditions reflected both African culinary heritage and practical adaptation. West African cooks had used complex spice blends, but many of those specific spices, grains of paradise, alligator pepper, weren't available in America. What was available? Black pepper, imported at first, but increasingly affordable by the mid-1700s. Red pepper, cayenne, brought from Central and South America, recognized by enslaved cooks as similar in use to African peppers. Salt, essential for all cooking. Herbs that grew in southern gardens, thyme, sage, sometimes rosemary. Enslaved cooks adapted what they knew to what they had, creating flavor profiles that recalled West African complexity while using New World and European ingredients. The Sunday chicken tradition emerged during this period and would persist for generations. Sunday was the day enslaved people weren't forced to work in the fields. Though cooking and essential chores continued, it was the day for worship, for community gathering, for as much rest and recreation as was possible under enslavement. Sunday dinner became the week's best meal, and fried chicken, labor-intensive to prepare but extraordinarily satisfying, became its centerpiece. A family might raise chickens all week, gathering eggs, and then on Saturday evening, slaughter a bird for Sunday's dinner. The meal represented not just nutrition, but dignity, an assertion of family and community in a system designed to destroy both. For plantation owners and their families, fried chicken also became associated with Sunday and with special occasions. The dish appeared at the main house for Sunday dinner, for entertaining guests, for holidays. The enslavers ate chicken prepared by enslaved cooks, but understood it as simply their food, part of Southern hospitality, barely acknowledging or entirely ignoring the specific expertise required to produce it. When they spoke of it at all, they might mention "our cook's fried chicken," claiming ownership of both the person and their skill. This erasure began early and persisted long. White Southern cookbooks, when they began to be published in the late 18th and into the 19th century, presented Southern recipes with no acknowledgement that enslaved cooks had developed them. The pretense was that these were simply traditional preparations, part of Southern, meaning white Southern, heritage. The actual authors, the actual inventors, went unnamed. Their creativity was stolen as thoroughly as their labor. Yet in the enslaved quarters, the knowledge was carefully maintained and transmitted. Older women taught younger ones, demonstrating techniques, explaining timing, sharing what they knew. The teaching wasn't formal, but it was systematic. A girl might begin by fetching ingredients, then graduate to preparing them, then to working at the stove under supervision, eventually to cooking independently. The knowledge flowed matrilineally, mother to daughter, aunt to niece, grandmother to granddaughter, though not exclusively. Other women in the enslaved community also taught and learned from one another. Men cooked too, particularly those who worked as cooks on large plantations or in urban contexts. Male cooks sometimes had different status. They might be hired out, earning money for their enslavers, but sometimes keeping small portions. But the majority of plantation cooking was done by women, and it was women who primarily developed and refined Southern fried chicken during this formative period. The technique spread across the South through several mechanisms. Enslaved people were bought and sold, separating families, but inadvertently spreading culinary knowledge as cooks moved from plantation to plantation. Enslaved women, who worked in multiple households, hired out by enslavers to provide income, carried techniques with them, and information flowed through the communication networks that enslaved people maintained despite enslavers' attempts to prevent organization and connection. At church gatherings, at clandestine meetings, during the rare opportunities for socializing, people shared knowledge about everything, including cooking. By the late 18th century, distinctive regional variations were emerging. Low country South Carolina fried chicken, influenced by the Gullah Geechee culture of enslaved people from rice-growing regions of West Africa, might have different seasoning preferences than Virginia fried chicken. Maryland developed a tradition of pan frying, using less fat, more like pan searing, that created different texture. What would eventually be called Nashville hot chicken, coated in cayenne spiced oil after frying, had possible roots in this period, though it wouldn't be documented until much later. The American Revolution, from 1775 to 1783, disrupted plantation life, but didn't fundamentally change the system in the South. Some enslaved people escaped to British lines, were promised freedom, were sometimes betrayed. Some fought for the Continental Army, promised freedom, sometimes granted it, sometimes not. The new nation's founding documents proclaimed liberty while enshrining slavery. The Constitution's 3/5 compromise and fugitive slave clause made clear that black people's freedom was subordinate to white people's property interests. Fried chicken, already established as Southern food, continued to develop in plantation kitchens operated by people who had fought for independence they would not receive. By 1800, Southern fried chicken was fully formed. The essential technique was established: buttermilk brine, seasoned flour coating, frying in several inches of hot fat in a cast iron skillet. The Sunday tradition was entrenched. The regional variations were developing. The dish was recognized across the South as special occasion food, celebratory, labor-intensive, delicious. Enslaved cooks had created it from the fusion of multiple traditions, adapted to specific circumstances, refined through decades of daily practice. Plantation owners claimed it as theirs. The actual creators remained, with rare exceptions, unnamed and uncompensated, their genius exploited as thoroughly as their labor. The dish was American in a complicated sense, born from ingredients and encounters that could only have happened in America, but created by people whom America refused to recognize as fully human. It was Southern in the sense of geography and culture, but that Southern culture was inseparable from the brutality of slavery. The food was real, and it was extraordinary, and it emerged from circumstances of profound injustice. Both things were true. The chicken was delicious. The cook who made it was enslaved. These facts existed together, inseparable, as the 18th century gave way to the 19th, and the dish began the next phase of its history, one that would see it spread beyond plantations, beyond the South, but carrying its complicated origins like genetic material encoded into every recipe. The years between 1800 and the outbreak of civil war in 1861 saw fried chicken become deeply embedded in Southern identity. It appeared at every significant social gathering: weddings, funerals, church picnics, political rallies. It was the food served to traveling preachers, to important visitors, to neighbors after church on Sunday. White Southerners spoke of fried chicken as a symbol of their hospitality, their refinement, their distinctiveness from the industrializing North. The irony was complete. The dish that represented Southern white culture to Southerners themselves had been created by the enslaved black cooks they refused to credit. The technology of cooking was standardizing during this period in ways that mattered for fried chicken. Cast iron manufacturing had existed for centuries, but the early 19th century saw improvements in quality and reductions in cost. Cast iron skillets became widely available across all economic classes. These heavy, flat-bottomed pans with slightly sloped sides were nearly ideal for frying. They distributed heat evenly, retained temperature well, and could withstand the high heat needed for proper frying without warping or cracking. A well-seasoned cast iron skillet, its surface darkened and slick from years of use, became a treasured possession passed down through generations. For enslaved cooks, cast iron represented both tool and burden. The skillets were heavy. A 12-inch skillet might weigh 5 pounds empty, more once filled with fat and chicken. Frying chicken meant standing over a hot stove or open fire for the better part of an hour, managing multiple skillets, maintaining temperature, turning pieces, all while managing other elements of a meal. The work was skilled, but physically demanding, performed in kitchens that were swelteringly hot in southern summers, inadequately heated in winter, often separate buildings to keep cooking fire risk away from the main house. Yet within these constraints, entrepreneurial activity emerged. In some contexts, enslaved people were able to sell food, including fried chicken, and keep at least a portion of the proceeds. The arrangements varied by place and circumstance. In cities like Charleston, Richmond, and New Orleans, enslaved people sometimes worked under hiring out arrangements where they performed jobs for others, paying their enslavers a set amount and keeping anything earned above that. Some enslaved women used these opportunities to cook and sell food. The most documented example of this practice happened at train stations. As railroads expanded across the South in the 1830s through 1850s, they created a new opportunity. Trains stopped at stations for 15 or 20 minutes to take on water and fuel. Passengers trapped in their cars for hours were hungry and had limited options. In several southern towns, enslaved and free black women began appearing at train platforms selling fried chicken, biscuits, pies, and other foods to passengers. Gordonsville, Virginia, became particularly famous for this practice. The town was a junction point where the Virginia Central Railroad met the Chesapeake and Ohio, making it a reliable stopping point for multiple trains daily. Beginning in the 1840s, black women, some enslaved, some free, sold food there to passengers. They became known as the Gordonsville chicken vendors and were mentioned in travelers' accounts and eventually in newspapers. The women wore clean aprons and head wraps, carried baskets covered with clean cloths, and sold chicken that was, by all accounts, exceptionally good. The economics were complex. An enslaved woman working as a vendor might have negotiated with her enslaver to keep a portion of proceeds, or might be working to earn money toward purchasing her freedom or a family member's freedom. A free black woman was nominally her own agent, but operated within a society that severely restricted black people's rights and movements. The money earned was small, perhaps a few coins per day, but in a system designed to prevent black economic independence, even small amounts were significant. Nashville also developed a tradition of train station food vendors, as did other southern cities. The women who did this work had to wake before dawn to prepare food, walk to the station carrying heavy baskets, stand for hours in weather that ranged from summer heat to winter cold, manage money and make change, and navigate interactions with white passengers who might be respectful or contemptuous, or both simultaneously. It was entrepreneurship performed in the cracks of a system fundamentally hostile to black advancement. For passengers, buying fried chicken from these vendors became part of the travel experience, mentioned in letters and diaries. The chicken was fresh, properly prepared, better than anything available on the trains themselves. White travelers wrote about it with appreciation, while often describing the vendors themselves in demeaning racist language, praising the food while diminishing the people who made it, unable or unwilling to acknowledge the contradiction. During this antebellum period, fried chicken recipes began appearing in written sources, though still rarely with proper credit. Mary Randolph's The Virginia Housewife, published in 1824, is among the earliest American cookbooks to include fried chicken instructions. Randolph was a white woman from a prominent Virginia family, and her cookbook presented itself as preserving Virginia traditions. The fried chicken recipe is brief. Cut chicken into pieces, flour them, fry in lard until brown, with no acknowledgement that enslaved cooks had developed and refined these techniques. Other cookbooks followed similar patterns. Sarah Rutledge's The Carolina Housewife from 1847 included fried chicken recipes. Lettice Bryan's The Kentucky Housewife from 1839 did as well. These books were written by white women, but described cooking done by enslaved women. The recipes themselves were often vague: fry until done, season to taste, because the authors weren't necessarily the ones doing the cooking and may not have fully understood the techniques they were documenting. Regional variations were becoming more distinct during this period. Maryland developed a preference for pan-fried chicken, less fat, more like searing, which created different texture and required different technique. Coastal South Carolina and Georgia, fried chicken sometimes reflected Gullah Geechee preferences for particular seasonings. Virginia, fried chicken was becoming codified as buttermilk-soaked, flour-coated, deep-fried in lard, the method that would eventually spread most widely. Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. Each state was developing local variations, differences in coating, flour versus cornmeal versus combination, differences in seasoning, differences in fat, lard versus beef tallow versus chicken fat. These regional differences emerged from the specific contexts where enslaved cooks worked, the particular ingredients available to them, the preferences of the enslaved communities who ate the chicken on Sundays and special occasions. But they also reflected the exchange of information between plantations as enslaved people were sold and moved, as hiring out practices spread techniques, as people communicated at the rare opportunities for gathering. Culinary knowledge flowed through networks that existed despite and in resistance to enslavers' attempts to control movement and communication. The Sunday tradition intensified during this period. For many enslaved families, Sunday dinner featuring fried chicken became the week's most important meal, a time when family could gather without the immediate pressure of fieldwork, when food could be prepared with care rather than in exhaustion. Churches, often separate black congregations, sometimes integrated but segregated seating, provided rare opportunities for community beyond individual plantations. After worship, families would share meals, and fried chicken featured prominently. For white Southern families, Sunday dinner with fried chicken was becoming equally traditional, but with entirely different meanings. It represented leisure, abundance, the supposed refinement of Southern culture. When white Southerners entertained Northern visitors or European travelers, fried chicken often appeared as an example of Southern cuisine. The labor that created it remained invisible or was mentioned only in passing. Our cook prepared, with no deeper acknowledgement. The relationship between the dish and its creators was profoundly distorted. White Southerners claimed fried chicken as theirs, while depending entirely on black expertise to produce it. They praised the dish while legally defining its creators as property. They treated skilled cooking as simultaneously essential and unworthy of true recognition. An enslaved cook might be valued, a good cook might be expensive to purchase. might be treated with slightly less brutality than field workers, but she was still enslaved, still subject to being sold away from family, still without legal rights or protection from violence. Some enslaved cooks acquired reputations that extended beyond their immediate plantations. A particularly skilled cook might be hired out to cater important events, earning money for her enslaver. Very rarely, an enslaved cook might be mentioned by name in white people's letters or diaries, though usually only a first name and always in possessive terms. The vast majority remained anonymous in written records while being essential to daily life. The kitchen itself was a site of complex power dynamics. The cook often had authority over kitchen work and over other enslaved people who worked there, supervising, teaching, organizing labor. But this authority existed entirely within the larger structure of enslavement and could be overridden instantly by any white person. The cook might decide how to prepare dinner, but she had no say over being sold, over whether her children would be sold, over any fundamental aspect of her life. Food was also resistance. Enslaved cooks who prepared food for enslavers' tables sometimes found ways to assert small amounts of control, cooking less carefully, seasoning differently, occasionally adding unwanted ingredients. More significantly, the food enslaved people prepared for themselves in their own quarters with their own provisions represented autonomous cultural space. The fried chicken made for Sunday dinner in the quarters was the same dish technically as the chicken served at the main house, but its meaning was entirely different. It was theirs, made by them for themselves, an assertion of culture and community. By the 1850s, as sectional tensions increased, food became part of regional identity politics. Southerners contrasted their supposed hospitality and abundance with northern industrialization and commercialism. Fried chicken appeared in this rhetoric as a symbol of Southern distinctiveness. The reality was more complicated. Southern wealth depended on enslaved labor producing cotton and tobacco for Northern and European factories. Southern food culture was inseparable from the brutal plantation economy. But the mythology of Southern hospitality, with fried chicken as one of its symbols, was already being constructed. The 1850s also saw the publication of more cookbooks, more documentation of recipes, more codification of techniques, but the pattern persisted. White authors, black expertise, no meaningful credit or compensation. The knowledge that enslaved cooks possessed about temperature, timing, seasoning, and technique remained largely undocumented, except in the simplified form white cookbook authors chose to record. As the decade drew toward its close, the political crisis intensified. The election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860, though Lincoln was not an abolitionist, was perceived by Southern slaveholders as threatening their system. South Carolina seceded in December 1860. 6 more states followed by February 1861. The Confederate States of America was formed. In April 1861, Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor. The Civil War began. What followed would transform the South, including its food culture. The war would disrupt plantation agriculture, scatter populations, create shortages and suffering. Emancipation, when it came, gradually, unevenly, incompletely, would fundamentally change who controlled culinary knowledge and who could profit from it. Enslaved cooks who had created and perfected Southern fried chicken would become free, at least legally. What they would do with that freedom, and how their culinary expertise would shape American food culture in the decades after the war, would prove complicated and contradictory. But before that transformation could occur, 4 years of brutal warfare would have to pass, and the society that had produced Southern fried chicken, the society of plantation slavery, would have to be destroyed, however imperfectly and incompletely, by force. The end of the Civil War in 1865 brought legal freedom to 4 million enslaved people, but it did not bring economic security, political power, or social equality. The period known as Reconstruction saw brief promise. Black men gained the vote, held political office, established schools and churches and businesses. Then came the violent backlash, the withdrawal of federal troops from the South, the establishment of Jim Crow segregation that would persist for nearly a century. Within this contested landscape, formerly enslaved cooks took the culinary knowledge they had developed under bondage and began, for the first time, to profit directly from their expertise. In cities across the South, small restaurants began appearing in black neighborhoods. A woman who had cooked in plantation kitchens might now open a dining room in her own home, serving dinner to boarders and neighbors. A man who had learned to cook in a hotel kitchen might rent a small storefront and advertise fried chicken dinners. These establishments were modest, a few tables, simple decor, word-of-mouth advertising. But they represented something revolutionary. Black people selling their own food, setting their own prices, keeping their own profits. The food served in these restaurants was the food of memory and community. Fried chicken, prepared the way it had been prepared in the quarters, not the main house. Collard greens cooked with ham hocks, cornbread made from stone-ground meal, sweet potato pie, sweetened with molasses, black-eyed peas and rice. The cooking was skilled, flavorful, nourishing. For black customers, eating at these establishments meant more than satisfying hunger. It meant being served with dignity, eating food prepared by someone from your own community, supporting black economic independence. In Richmond, in Atlanta, in Memphis, in Birmingham, these small restaurants multiplied during the 1870s and 1880s. Some specialized in fried chicken, building reputations for particularly good preparations. The best cooks attracted loyal customers, both black patrons from the neighborhood and white customers who would cross segregation lines for food they considered superior. This white patronage was complicated. It provided income, but came with expectations of subservience, with risks if a black business owner was perceived as too successful or not properly deferential. Nashville developed a particular reputation for fried chicken during this period. The city had multiple black-owned restaurants serving fried chicken by the 1880s, and the tradition of the chicken vendors at the train station continued. Nashville fried chicken began acquiring distinctive characteristics. Some preparations involved coating the fried chicken with a paste made from the frying oil mixed with cayenne pepper, creating a spicy, dark coating. The exact origins of this hot chicken tradition are debated, with various stories claiming different originators, but it clearly emerged in Nashville's black community during the late 19th or early 20th century. Gordonsville, Virginia, continued its tradition of train station chicken vendors. The practice had begun before the Civil War with enslaved and free black women. After the war, it was entirely free black women, though free in the constrained sense that Jim Crow Virginia allowed. These women, known as waiter carriers, met trains with baskets of fried chicken, biscuits, pies, and other foods. They developed regular customers among traveling salesmen and other frequent passengers. The practice continued into the early 20th century, documented in photographs and travelers' accounts, providing income for black families in a small Virginia town with limited economic opportunities. The Great Migration, beginning around 1910 and intensifying during World War I, brought hundreds of thousands of black Southerners northward to cities like Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, and New York. They left seeking work in northern factories, fleeing Jim Crow violence and oppression, hoping for better opportunities for their children. They brought their food culture with them. In Chicago's South Side, in Detroit's black neighborhoods, Southern-style fried chicken appeared in home kitchens and soon in small restaurants. The food was familiar, comforting, a connection to home for people navigating unfamiliar northern cities. Northern black communities embraced Southern cuisine enthusiastically, but with adaptations. Certain ingredients weren't as readily available. Fresh collard greens harder to find. Particular varieties of cornmeal different. But fried chicken translated well. Chickens were available in northern cities. Lard or vegetable shortening could be purchased. Cast iron skillets were universal. A woman from Georgia could prepare fried chicken in a Chicago apartment and create, temporarily, the taste of home. The Sunday dinner tradition strengthened in this period, taking on additional significance. For families separated by migration, for communities navigating the traumas of emancipation and its aftermath, Sunday dinner provided continuity and structure. Church attendance remained central to black community life, both in the South and in northern cities. After services, families gathered for meals that often featured fried chicken, continuing practices that had begun under slavery, but now performed in freedom, however constrained that freedom remained. The food also appeared at celebrations and community events, church picnics, family reunions, Juneteenth celebrations, lodge meetings. Fried chicken was the dish people brought, the dish everyone hoped to taste. Its association with celebration, with gathering, with the best meal of the week, had been established during slavery and persisted, transformed by changed circumstances, but recognizably continuous with earlier traditions. Yet even as black cooks were finally able to profit from their expertise, their relationship with fried chicken was being poisoned by racist caricature. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw the proliferation of viciously racist imagery in American popular culture. Minstrel shows, in which white performers in blackface mocked black people, became popular entertainment. These shows included songs and skits depicting black people as foolish, lazy, childish, and obsessed with fried chicken and watermelon. The association of black people with fried chicken, which had a real historical basis. Black cooks had created the dish. It was central to black foodways, was deliberately weaponized as mockery. Postcards, advertisements, sheet music covers showed grotesque racist caricatures, holding or eating fried chicken. The message was clear. Black people were ridiculous, their culture contemptible, their humanity denied. Fried chicken, a dish created through skill and adaptation under oppression, was turned into a symbol of supposed black inferiority. This racist imagery had lasting effects. It made fried chicken, particularly for black people, a fraught cultural symbol. Eating fried chicken in public or discussing it openly could invoke the stereotypes, could subject someone to mockery or worse. Yet it remains central to black cuisine and culture, too important and too delicious to abandon. The result was a complex, painful relationship with the dish. Pride in its actual origins and cultural significance, coexisting with awareness of how it was used against black people. White-owned businesses began appropriating fried chicken during this period, presenting it as simply Southern, with no acknowledgement of its black origins. White-owned restaurants in Southern cities served fried chicken, often prepared by black cooks in their kitchens, but presented to white customers as generic regional cuisine. Cookbooks written by white authors continued documenting fried chicken recipes without crediting the black cooks whose knowledge they recorded. Some white-owned businesses specifically traded on racist imagery. Restaurants with names invoking plantation imagery or including racial slurs in their names served fried chicken to white customers, offering what they presented as authentic Southern food in contexts that celebrated the antebellum South. These establishments denied the reality of slavery's brutality while profiting from food traditions created by enslaved people. The appropriation was both economic and cultural, stealing the dish and stealing its history. Regional variations became more distinct and documented during this period. Maryland-style fried chicken, pan-fried rather than deep-fried, became codified as a distinct preparation. The technique involved less fat, constant attention, and frequent turning, creating chicken that was deeply browned, but not as crispy as deep-fried versions. Maryland cooks, both black and white, took pride in this local tradition, with debates about proper technique appearing in local newspapers and cookbooks. Georgia and the Carolinas developed preferences for particular seasoning blends. Some regions favored more pepper, others less. Some coated chicken heavily in flour, others more lightly. Some insisted on pure lard for frying. Others accepted lard mixed with other fats. These variations had emerged during slavery as different plantations and regions developed local traditions. After emancipation, they persisted and strengthened as markers of local identity. Kentucky fried chicken, not yet associated with a particular kernel, just the general style from that state, was typically brined in buttermilk, coated in seasoned flour, and deep-fried in lard or vegetable shortening. Tennessee preparations were similar, but sometimes involved the hot pepper coating that would eventually be marketed as Nashville hot chicken. Virginia fried chicken emphasized the quality of the chicken itself, often from chickens raised locally, relatively simply prepared to let the meat's flavor predominate. The technology of frying was evolving slowly. Cast iron remained the standard, but by the early 20th century, some cooks were using cast iron Dutch ovens rather than flat skillets, allowing for deeper fat and more consistent temperature. Stoves were becoming more reliable. though many rural cooks still used wood fires. Thermometers existed but weren't commonly used for frying. Temperature remained something cooks judged by experience, by sight and sound, by the way a test piece of chicken behaved when added to the fat. Black women who had gained reputations as exceptional cooks sometimes found employment in white households, hotels, or restaurants at wages that, while exploitative by any fair standard, exceeded what they could earn in other available work. These women navigated complex dynamics. Their skill was valued, but they themselves were not granted respect or fair compensation. A white employer might brag about "my cook's fried chicken," while paying that cook barely enough to survive, while expecting her to enter through the back door, while firing her if she challenged any aspect of her treatment. Some black cooks achieved relative prominence. In a few cases, their names appear in historical records. Aunt so-and-so. Though the aunt was usually not a family relationship, but a demeaning term white people used for black women to avoid using respectful titles. These women were praised for their cooking in terms that simultaneously acknowledged their skill and denied their full humanity. The documentation is scattered and frustrating, enough to know these women existed and were recognized as exceptional, not enough to recover their full stories or honor them properly. By 1920, fried chicken had been commercialized, but incompletely. It was served in restaurants, black-owned and white-owned, across the South and in northern cities with significant black populations. It was documented in cookbooks, though rarely with proper attribution. It remained central to black foodways and had been adopted into white Southern cuisine. The racist imagery surrounding it was widespread and damaging, and it was still, fundamentally, time-consuming to prepare, each piece fried individually, the process taking an hour or more from raw chicken to finished dish. What would come next? The industrialization of fried chicken, its transformation into fast food, its spread as a global commodity, would require new technologies and new business models. But those developments were emerging, and they would transform fried chicken from a dish associated with Sunday dinners and special occasions into something ubiquitous, convenient, and very different from what the enslaved cooks who created it had imagined. The transformation of fried chicken from labor-intensive home cooking to industrial fast food happened in a single generation between the 1930s and 1960s. At the center of this story stands Harlan Sanders, a Kentucky businessman who didn't invent fried chicken, but who mechanized it, standardized it, and built a franchise empire that would spread a particular version of the dish across America and eventually the world. The story is usually told as triumphant entrepreneurship. The fuller truth is more complex, a tale of genuine innovation combined with appropriation, marketing genius combined with historical amnesia about who had actually created the dish being sold. Harlan David Sanders was born in 1890 in Indiana, grew up in poverty after his father's death, and worked dozens of jobs before middle age: farmhand, streetcar conductor, insurance salesman, steamboat operator, tire salesman. By 1930, at age 40, he was operating a service station in Corbin, Kentucky, on US Route 25, serving food to travelers from a dining table in the station's back room. The food was good enough that the word spread. Sanders expanded, eventually moving across the street to a facility with a proper restaurant, a motel, and the service station. He called it Sanders Court and Cafe. Sanders served fried chicken using traditional methods, pieces soaked in seasoned buttermilk, dredged in seasoned flour, fried in iron skillets. The process took 30 minutes per batch, far too slow for a busy roadside restaurant where customers wanted to eat quickly and continue their journeys. Sanders needed to speed up the cooking without sacrificing quality. The solution came from an unlikely source: the pressure cooker, a device that had existed in various forms since the 17th century, but had been recently improved for home use. Pressure cookers work by trapping steam inside a sealed vessel, increasing the internal pressure and raising the boiling point of water above its normal 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Food cooks faster under pressure. Sanders realized that if he could fry chicken under pressure, using the same principle but with hot fat instead of water, he could dramatically reduce cooking time. He experimented with a modified pressure cooker in the late 1930s, testing temperatures, timing, and techniques. The result was pressure frying. Chicken cooked in pressurized fat at temperatures around 400 degrees Fahrenheit, finished in about 8 minutes instead of 30. The technique worked, but required specialized equipment. Standard pressure cookers weren't designed for frying and were dangerous if used that way. Hot fat under pressure could explode if the seal failed. Sanders worked with equipment manufacturers to develop pressure fryers specifically designed for commercial use, with safety features and capacity to cook multiple pieces simultaneously. By the early 1940s, he had refined the method and the equipment to reliable commercial standards. Sanders also developed his seasoning blend during this period. The famous 11 herbs and spices was marketing language. The actual recipe likely contained fewer distinct ingredients, but the specific combination and proportions were Sanders' innovation. He combined salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, and other common spices in ratios he believed created optimal flavor. The blend was mixed into the flour coating, so each piece of chicken carried consistent seasoning throughout its crust. World War II interrupted Sanders' business. Gas rationing reduced automobile travel, cutting into the roadside restaurant trade. After the war, though, American automobile culture exploded. More families owned cars. The interstate highway system was being planned. Americans took road trips in unprecedented numbers, and they needed places to eat. Roadside restaurants proliferated along major highways, competing for travelers' dollars. Sanders' restaurant thrived in the late 1940s and early 1950s. His fried chicken developed a regional reputation. Travelers would stop specifically for his chicken, and he began to imagine expanding beyond his single location. But in the early 1950s, a new interstate highway route was planned that would bypass Corbin, routing traffic away from his restaurant. At age 62, Sanders faced the prospect of losing the business he had spent 2 decades building. His solution was franchising, a business model that was emerging across multiple industries in the post-war period. Instead of opening his own restaurants, Sanders would license his recipe and method to existing restaurants, teaching them his technique, supplying them with his spice blend, and taking a royalty on each chicken sold. In 1952, he made his first franchise deal with Pete Harmon, who operated a restaurant in Salt Lake City, Utah. Harmon began serving Kentucky Fried Chicken using Sanders's pressure frying method and seasoning blend. The partnership succeeded. Harmon's chicken sales increased dramatically. Customers responded to the speed of service and the consistency of the product. Sanders began traveling across the South and Midwest, literally driving from town to town, visiting restaurants and diners, demonstrating his cooking method, trying to convince owners to become franchisees. He dressed in a white suit and string tie, growing his facial hair into a goatee, cultivating an image as the Colonel, a Kentucky Colonel, an honorary title he'd received from the state governor in 1935, but which he now deployed as branding. The Colonel persona was deliberate mythology making. Sanders presented himself as embodying Southern tradition, Kentucky hospitality, old-fashioned quality. The white suit suggested gentility. The title suggested authority and heritage. The entire image invoked an idealized antebellum South, carefully sanitized of slavery and racial violence. It was brilliant marketing and fundamentally dishonest history. Kentucky Fried Chicken's origins lay not in Sanders' innovation alone, but in generations of black culinary expertise that went unacknowledged. By 1960, Sanders had franchised his method to more than 600 restaurants across the United States and Canada. Kentucky Fried Chicken was becoming a recognized brand. The pressure frying technique was revolutionary for the industry. It allowed small restaurants to serve fried chicken quickly without needing skilled cooks who understood traditional frying. The process was standardized, nearly foolproof, and produced consistent results. A teenage worker with minimal training could operate a pressure fryer, following simple instructions to produce acceptable fried chicken every time. This standardization was the point. Fast food, emerging as a concept during this period, depended on consistency across locations. A customer in California should receive the same product as a customer in Kentucky. This required precise recipes, standardized ingredients, foolproof equipment, and detailed procedures. Sanders provided all of these. His franchise operation specified exactly how to bread chicken, how long to pressure fry it, what temperature to maintain, how to serve it. The result was fried chicken that wasn't artisanal or regionally distinctive, but was reliably decent and remarkably fast. Other fried chicken chains were emerging simultaneously. Church's Chicken was founded in San Antonio, Texas, in 1952 by George W. Church Sr., initially as Church's Fried Chicken to Go, focusing on takeout sales. Church's used traditional open frying rather than pressure frying, positioned itself as offering larger pieces and competitive pricing, and grew steadily through the 1950s and 1960s, primarily in Texas and the South. The company would later expand nationally and internationally, though never achieving Kentucky Fried Chicken's dominance. The post-war period saw other changes affecting fried chicken. Chickens themselves were being transformed by industrial agriculture. Selective breeding was producing birds that grew faster, larger, with more breast meat. the white meat that many Americans preferred. Vertical integration meant that poultry companies controlled every stage from breeding to slaughter to distribution, reducing costs and ensuring supply. Chicken, which had been relatively expensive throughout most of history, was becoming the cheapest meat available in American supermarkets. Refrigeration technology improved dramatically. Home refrigerators became standard in American households. Commercial refrigeration allowed restaurants to store raw chicken safely, to prepare it in advance, to maintain supply chains over long distances. Frozen chicken became available, though most restaurants still used fresh chicken when possible. These technological changes made fried chicken easier to commercialize at scale. The franchise model itself was evolving. McDonald's, founded in 1940 but reorganized in 1955 under Ray Kroc, was perfecting the fast food franchise system. Strict standards, centralized supply chains, extensive training, careful site selection, aggressive marketing. Sanders' Kentucky Fried Chicken operation adopted similar approaches, professionalizing rapidly through the late 1950s. The company established regional commissaries to produce and distribute the spice blend. It developed detailed training programs for franchisees. It created specifications for restaurant design and signage. Sanders sold the company in 1964 to investors for $2 million, remaining as a spokesman and public face, but losing operational control. He was 74 years old and wanted to cash out. The new owners aggressively expanded the franchise, taking the brand national and then international. By the late 1960s, Kentucky Fried Chicken had locations across the United States, in Canada, in England, and was expanding into Asia. The red and white striped buckets, the Colonel's face on every sign, the identical restaurants serving identical chicken. It was becoming ubiquitous. The 11 herbs and spices became marketing legend. The recipe was supposedly kept secret, known only to a few people, locked in a vault. Whether this was literally true or marketing hyperbole, and evidence suggests the latter, it created mystique. Customers believed they were tasting something special, a secret recipe, not just a competent combination of fairly standard spices. The marketing worked because it told a story, and people respond to stories even when they're questionable history. What was lost in this commercialization was connection to origins. Kentucky Fried Chicken's marketing presented the dish as vaguely Southern, associated with Colonel Sanders' persona, but there was no acknowledgement of black culinary creation. The enslaved cooks who had developed Southern fried chicken, the black-owned restaurants that had served it in the decades after emancipation, the entire actual history, all of it was erased, replaced by the Colonel's white-suited image and carefully constructed mythology. The irony was that Sanders himself had learned to cook fried chicken from someone, and that someone was almost certainly a black woman, likely someone who worked for his mother or for restaurants where he'd worked earlier in life. The technique wasn't his invention. It was generations old before he was born. His actual innovation was pressure frying, which was significant, but which built on existing technique. His success came from business acumen, from franchising effectively, from marketing brilliantly. But the dish itself, the knowledge of how to season and fry chicken so it tasted good, came from the tradition created by enslaved and formerly enslaved black cooks. This went unmentioned. By 1960, fried chicken in America meant something different than it had 30 years earlier. It was still home-cooked on Sundays in many families, still central to church picnics and celebrations, still a special meal prepared with care. But it was also fast food, available at franchise locations, served in standardized buckets, cooked by teenage workers following procedures designed for consistency rather than artistry. The transformation from artisan preparation to industrial product was complete. What that meant for the dish, for American eating habits, and for the global spread of a particular version of fried chicken, these implications would unfold over the coming decades. As Kentucky Fried Chicken and its competitors expanded worldwide, carrying their pressure-fried 11 herbs and spices version of a dish whose actual history remained largely unacknowledged and deliberately obscured. The 2 decades between 1960 and 1980 saw American-style fried chicken spread across the globe, carried primarily by fast food franchises expanding into international markets. What arrived in each country was a specific version of fried chicken, pressure-fried, standardized, marketed as quintessentially American. But what developed in response was often something new. Local cooks adapted the concept to regional tastes, creating hybrid dishes that were recognizably fried chicken, but distinctly shaped by their cultural context. The result was a global conversation about how to prepare this dish, with innovations flowing in multiple directions. Kentucky Fried Chicken's international expansion began cautiously. The first Canadian location opened in 1953 in Ontario, testing whether the concept would work outside the United States. Canada proved receptive, culturally similar to the United States, with comparable automobile culture and appetite for fast food. By the mid-1960s, KFC had dozens of Canadian locations and was ready to cross the Atlantic. The first English KFC opened in Preston in 1965. Britain was a strategic choice, English-speaking, with existing American cultural influence, but with distinct food traditions. The British ate fish and chips, meat pies, roast dinners. Fried chicken was unfamiliar to most working-class British customers. KFC positioned itself as American, modern, convenient, appealing to younger Britons who were eager for American culture in the Beatles era. The Preston location succeeded. An expansion across Britain followed. British customers adapted KFC to local eating habits in unexpected ways. They paired fried chicken with chips rather than the American sides of coleslaw and mashed potatoes. They used it as takeaway food for Friday night dinners, similar to fish and chips. They found the American-style biscuits confusing. In Britain, biscuit meant cookie, and the fluffy, savory American biscuit had no direct equivalent. KFC eventually adapted its menu, offering British expectations while maintaining core products. Japan represented a more dramatic cultural leap. Kentucky Fried Chicken entered the Japanese market in 1970, opening its first location in Nagoya. Japan in 1970 was rapidly modernizing, recovering from wartime devastation to become an economic powerhouse. Young Japanese were consuming American culture enthusiastically: music, fashion, food. Fast food represented modernity and Western sophistication. The challenge was that chicken wasn't central to traditional Japanese cuisine. Fish, rice, and vegetables dominated. Meat consumption had increased during modernization, but beef and pork were more common than chicken. Fried foods existed in Japanese cuisine. Tempura had been refined over centuries, but the heavy, flour-based coating of American fried chicken was different from tempura's light, crispy batter. KFC Japan adapted carefully. They maintained the core product, but adjusted marketing and presentation. They positioned fried chicken as special occasion food rather than everyday eating. Portions were smaller than American servings, acknowledging Japanese eating patterns. The restaurants themselves were designed to feel modern and clean, addressing Japanese expectations for food service environments. The most remarkable adaptation happened almost accidentally. In 1974, KFC Japan ran a marketing campaign, positioning fried chicken as appropriate for Christmas dinner. The campaign played on Japanese perceptions of Western Christmas traditions and the fact that most Japanese homes lacked ovens for roasting turkey or ham. The slogan was Kurisumasu ni wa Kentucky, Kentucky for Christmas. The campaign succeeded beyond anyone's expectations. Within a few years, eating KFC for Christmas became a widespread Japanese tradition, one that persists today. Japanese families order their Christmas chicken weeks in advance, picking it up on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. KFC locations offer special Christmas packages with cake and champagne. The tradition has no American equivalent. In the United States, KFC is ordinary fast food, not holiday fare. But in Japan, through marketing and cultural adaptation, fried chicken became Christmas food. It's a striking example of how foods acquire completely different meanings in different cultural contexts. Korean fried chicken began its evolution during this same period, though the story is less documented than Japanese adoption. American military presence in South Korea, established during the Korean War and continuing through permanent bases, introduced American-style fried chicken to Korean populations near those bases. Korean entrepreneurs observed the popularity and began opening their own fried chicken restaurants in the 1960s and 1970s. Korean cooks didn't simply copy American methods. They adapted the concept to Korean tastes and combined it with existing Korean frying techniques. Korean cuisine already included fried foods, and Korean cooks understood double frying, frying something once, letting it rest, then frying again at higher temperature to achieve exceptional crispiness. They applied this technique to chicken, creating exterior texture that surpassed standard American fried chicken's single fry method. Korean fried chicken also incorporated Korean flavor preferences. Garlic featured prominently. Gochugaru, Korean chili flakes, added heat. Sauces became crucial. Korean cooks developed sweet spicy glazes using gochujang, fermented chili paste, honey, soy sauce, and other ingredients. The sauces were applied after frying, coating the crispy exterior. The result was fried chicken that was recognizably related to American versions, but distinctly Korean, crispier, more complexly flavored, sourced rather than simply seasoned. This Korean innovation wouldn't gain international recognition until decades later, but it was developing during the 1970s in neighborhoods near American military bases and in Seoul's emerging urban restaurant culture. Korean fried chicken represented genuine culinary innovation, taking an imported concept and transforming it into something new through local expertise and preferences. Elsewhere in Asia, fried chicken spread with varying levels of adaptation. In Hong Kong and Singapore, KFC competed with local fast food chains and traditional restaurants. In Thailand and the Philippines, fried chicken became popular street food, prepared by vendors using local seasonings and techniques. Each context produced variations, some subtle, others dramatic. Back in the United States, competition was intensifying. Church's Chicken expanded beyond Texas, opening locations across the South and beginning national expansion. Popeyes, founded in New Orleans in 1972 by Al Copeland, positioned itself as offering more authentic Louisiana flavor, spicier, with Cajun-influenced seasonings. The name referenced Popeye Doyle from The French Connection, not the cartoon character, but the nautical associations fit New Orleans branding. Popeye's fried chicken was deliberately different from KFC's. It used traditional open frying rather than pressure frying, producing different texture. The seasoning was aggressively spicy, incorporating cayenne pepper prominently. The sides included Cajun-influenced options like red beans and rice and Cajun rice. Popeyes was claiming regional authenticity against KFC's standardization, though this authenticity was itself a marketing construct. Copeland was presenting a commercialized, standardized version of Louisiana cooking as artisanal alternative to Kentucky standardization. The competition pushed innovation. KFC introduced new products beyond original recipe, extra crispy versions, different seasoning variations, chicken sandwiches, side dishes. Church's emphasized value pricing and generous portions. Popeyes stressed Louisiana heritage and bold flavors. Each chain was trying to differentiate itself in an increasingly crowded market. Regional and local chains also proliferated. Bojangles' famous chicken and biscuits, founded in Charlotte, North Carolina in 1977, emphasized Southern identity with prominent biscuits and sweet tea. Raising Cane's, founded in Baton Rouge in 1996, but with conceptual roots in this earlier period, would eventually focus exclusively on chicken tenders, boneless, breaded, fried chicken strips with dipping sauce, representing another direction of innovation. Supply chains became global operations. To maintain consistency across thousands of locations on multiple continents, franchise chains needed reliable sources of chicken that met their specifications. This drove the industrialization of poultry production worldwide. American poultry genetics and production methods were exported. Breeds developed for fast growth and high breast meat yield spread internationally. Factory farming methods, with their efficiency and their ethical problems, became global standards. The chickens that went into fast food fried chicken in 1970 were remarkably different from chickens 50 years earlier. Modern broiler chickens reached slaughter weight in 6 to 7 weeks, compared to 4 months or more for heritage breeds. They'd been bred to have disproportionately large breasts, to satisfy consumer preference for white meat. They were raised in climate-controlled buildings, thousands of birds per building, never seeing sun or scratching in dirt. The industrial efficiency was remarkable. The loss of animal welfare and flavor was considerable. While fast food chains expanded globally, traditional preparations persisted in various contexts. In the American South, in black communities particularly, home-cooked fried chicken remained important. Sunday dinners, church gatherings, family reunions. These occasions still featured chicken prepared the old way, soaked in buttermilk, coated in seasoned flour, fried in cast iron skillets, with careful attention to temperature and timing. The knowledge passed from grandmothers to mothers to daughters, maintaining techniques that predated commercialization. Soul food restaurants, operating in black neighborhoods in southern and northern cities, preserved traditional preparations. These establishments, usually small and family-run, served fried chicken alongside collard greens, candied yams, cornbread, black-eyed, peas, and other dishes central to African American foodways. The food connected diners to history and community, representing cultural continuity in a rapidly changing world. These soul food restaurants were often economically marginal, operating in neighborhoods neglected by larger capital, serving customers who weren't wealthy, competing with fast food chains that had marketing budgets and economies of scale. These small operations couldn't match, yet they persisted, maintained by owners who valued the food and its cultural meaning enough to continue despite financial challenges. The contrast between fast food fried chicken and traditionally prepared fried chicken was becoming stark. Fast food offered speed, consistency, and convenience at the cost of flavor complexity and cultural connection. Traditional preparation offered deeper flavor and cultural meaning at the cost of time and effort. Both had their places, but they represented increasingly different relationships to food. One industrial and standardized, the other artisanal and specific to community. By 1980, fried chicken had become genuinely global. Kentucky Fried Chicken operated in dozens of countries. Regional variations were developing from Korea to Brazil. The dish that enslaved cooks had created in American plantation kitchens had spread worldwide, though the story of its origins remained largely untold. In Japan, it meant Christmas celebration. In Korea, it was being transformed into something new through double frying and sauce innovations. In America, it meant different things to different people. Fast food convenience for some, cultural heritage for others, Sunday dinner tradition for still others. The globalization would continue, accelerating in coming decades as more countries opened to American fast food chains and as Korean fried chicken began its own international expansion. The dish was no longer simply Southern or even American. It was becoming a global food, adapted and readapted by each culture that encountered it, transformed by local tastes and techniques while maintaining recognizable connection to its origins. Those origins, in West African culinary expertise and enslaved cooks' genius, remained unacknowledged in the marketing and popular understanding of the dish. But the food itself, in all its global variations, testified to the power of those original innovations. Their adaptability and appeal, proven by how readily diverse cultures embraced and transformed them. The final 2 decades of the 20th century saw a growing tension in American food culture between industrial efficiency and a renewed interest in authenticity, heritage, and craft. Fast food fried chicken had achieved complete market dominance, convenient, cheap, ubiquitous, but a countercurrent was emerging. Food writers, chefs, and increasingly adventurous consumers began seeking out traditional preparations, regional specialties, and dishes that carried stories beyond corporate marketing. Fried chicken became a site where these tensions played out, where questions about food's meaning and origins couldn't be entirely suppressed by the efficiency of pressure fryers and franchise standardization. The 1980s and 1990s saw significant shifts in American food media. Food writing began moving beyond simple recipe collection toward cultural analysis and culinary history. Writers like John Egerton, whose Southern Food was published in 1987, documented Southern cuisine with attention to regional variation and, crucially, with some acknowledgement of African American contributions. Egerton wasn't perfect in his attribution. No white food writer of that era fully was, but he recognized that black cooks had been central to developing Southern food and said so explicitly. Jessica Harris, a black food scholar and writer, published Iron Pots and Wooden Spoons, Africa's Gifts to New World Cooking in 1989, documenting African influences on American cuisine in unprecedented detail. Harris traced ingredients, techniques, and dishes from West African origins through the Middle Passage to their development in the Americas. Her work provided scholarly foundation for understanding fried chicken's actual history, connecting West African frying techniques and seasoning knowledge to Southern preparations. For the first time, the story was being told with proper attention to origins. Other black food writers and scholars contributed to this reclamation project. Vertemae Smart Grosvenor, Edna Lewis, and later writers built a body of work that insisted on the centrality of black culinary expertise to American food. Edna Lewis, a chef and writer from Virginia, published The Taste of Country Cooking in 1976, describing the foodways of black farming communities with elegance and precision. Her fried chicken recipe emphasized simplicity, quality chicken, proper seasoning, careful frying, and implicitly argued against the notion that fast food versions represented authentic preparation. Nashville hot chicken began gaining attention beyond its local context during this period. The dish had existed in Nashville's black community for decades, with several restaurants, notably Prince's Hot Chicken Shack, serving versions with varying levels of heat. The preparation involved frying chicken using standard Southern methods, then coating it with a paste made from the frying oil mixed with cayenne pepper and other spices. The result was dark red, fiercely spicy, and distinctive. The origins were debated and mythologized. Various stories circulated: a spurned woman making her partner's chicken painfully hot, only to have him love it. Whether these origin stories were accurate or folklore, what mattered was that Nashville hot chicken represented a regional specialty that couldn't be easily franchised or standardized. It required skill, balancing the heat level, managing the coating, timing everything correctly. It was too spicy for mainstream American palates, too specific to its context to transplant easily. During the 1990s, food writers from outside Nashville discovered hot chicken and wrote about it for national publications. These articles described Prince's and other Nashville establishments as hidden gems, authentic local specialties unsullied by commercialization. The coverage brought tourists, adventurous eaters seeking the real hot chicken experience. Nashville began embracing hot chicken as local identity, and more restaurants began serving versions. The attention was double-edged. It brought business and recognition, but also threatened to commercialize and dilute what made the dish special. Korean fried chicken was evolving into its mature form during this period, though it remained largely unknown outside Korea and Korean diaspora communities. The double frying technique had been perfected. Chicken fried once at moderate temperature, rested, then fried again at higher temperature, producing extraordinary crispiness. The exterior shattered when bitten. The interior remained juicy. The contrast was remarkable. Korean fried chicken restaurants developed signature sauces that became as important as the chicken itself. Yangnyeom chicken, sauced chicken, featured sweet spicy glaze made from gochujang, garlic, ginger, soy sauce, and sugar, applied generously after frying. The sauce caramelized slightly from residual heat, creating sticky, glossy coating. Other variants used soy garlic sauce, honey butter combinations, or remained unsauced, huraedu, or plain fried. The restaurants serving this chicken were often called hofs, from the German word for pub, reflecting Korea's adoption and adaptation of various international drinking cultures. Korean fried chicken became associated with chimaek, chicken, and maekju, beer, casual social eating and drinking. The portions were generous, meant for sharing among groups of friends. The experience was convivial, unpretentious, about enjoying food and company. In America, Southern chefs were beginning to reclaim fried chicken as a dish worthy of fine dining attention. For much of the 20th century, fried chicken had been considered too humble, too associated with home cooking or fast food, to appear on upscale restaurant menus. This began changing in the 1990s as a generation of Southern-born chefs opened restaurants celebrating regional cuisine with refinement rather than apology. These chefs, including figures like Frank Stitt in Birmingham, John Currance in Oxford, Mississippi, and others, served fried chicken that was technically similar to home preparations, but executed with meticulous attention. They sourced heritage breed chickens from local farms. They brined carefully, often experimenting with timing and seasoning. They fried in premium fats, rendered duck fat, high-quality lard. They presented it elegantly, though not pretentiously. The message was that fried chicken, done properly, was as worthy of attention as any French technique. This movement paralleled broader trends in American cuisine. The farm-to-table movement emphasized ingredient quality and local sourcing. The slow food movement, originating in Italy but spreading internationally, argued for traditional preparation methods over industrial shortcuts. Celebrity chefs were emerging, and food was becoming entertainment. The Food Network launched in 1993, bringing cooking shows into millions of homes, making culinary technique accessible to home cooks who'd previously relied on written recipes alone. Food Network programs demonstrated fried chicken preparation, explaining techniques that had previously been transmitted primarily through family teaching. Viewers learned about buttermilk brining, about proper frying temperature, about how to tell when chicken was cooked through. The democratization of culinary knowledge was real, though it came with typical media distortions, personality-driven content, emphasis on novelty, pressure to make everything quick and easy even when proper technique required time and attention. The divide between fast food and traditional preparation was becoming culturally and economically significant. Fast food fried chicken was cheap, a full meal for a few dollars. Traditional preparation required expensive free-range chicken, significant time investment, skill to execute properly. The class implications were clear. Working people with limited time and money couldn't easily choose the authentic option, even if they preferred it. The critique of fast food sometimes carried uncomfortable undertones of class judgment, as if people who ate at KFC were making morally inferior choices rather than pragmatic ones, given their constraints. Health concerns about fried foods were intensifying during this period. Medical research increasingly linked high-fat diets to obesity, heart disease, and other health problems. Fried foods, with their high fat and calorie content, were particular targets of public health criticism. The federal government issued dietary guidelines recommending reduced fat consumption. Low-fat and fat-free products proliferated in supermarkets. This created cognitive dissonance around fried chicken. It was culturally important, delicious, central to celebrations and traditions. It was also, by emerging health standards, problematic, high in calories, high in fat, associated with negative health outcomes when consumed regularly. Public health campaigns tried to shift eating habits away from fried foods. Some individuals and communities responded by eating less fried chicken or reserving it for rare occasions. Others continued established patterns, sometimes with guilt, sometimes with defiance of health advice that felt disconnected from their lived experience and cultural practices. The fast food industry responded with menu expansion, grilled chicken options, salads, lighter sides. But fried chicken remained the core product, what customers actually wanted. Attempts to market healthier options generally failed. People who went to KFC wanted fried chicken, not grilled chicken that tasted like compromised virtue. The fundamental tension remained unresolved. For Black communities, the health concerns carried particular weight. Rates of obesity, diabetes, and hypertension were higher among Black Americans than white Americans, reflecting complex factors including poverty, stress, limited access to healthcare, food deserts in urban neighborhoods, and systemic racism's health impacts. Soul food, including fried chicken, was sometimes blamed for these health disparities in ways that ignored systemic causes and felt like criticism of Black culture rather than legitimate health concern. Some Black food writers and chefs pushed back against simplistic narratives. They pointed out that traditional Black Southern cooking had included abundant vegetables, that portions had historically been smaller than contemporary servings, that the problem wasn't the food itself, but how it was being prepared and consumed in contexts of poverty and stress. They argued for reclaiming traditional preparations, frying in small amounts of quality fat, serving with fresh vegetables, treating fried chicken as occasional celebration rather than regular fast food. Regional variations continued solidifying during this period. Maryland fried chicken remained distinct in its pan-frying technique. Georgia and South Carolina each claimed superior versions. Texas developed its own style, sometimes incorporating chili powder or cumin in the seasoning. Each region had restaurants and home cooks who insisted their version represented the true tradition, creating friendly and sometimes contentious debates. The technology of frying evolved slightly. Electric deep fryers for home use became common, allowing more precise temperature control than stovetop frying. Thermometers became standard equipment for serious home cooks. Some chefs experimented with sous vide, cooking chicken in temperature-controlled water baths, before finishing by frying, achieving unprecedented consistency between interior temperature and exterior crispness. These innovations represented technical refinement, but also, arguably, overthinking. Traditional cooks had achieved excellent results for generations without sous vide equipment. By 2000, fried chicken existed in multiple registers simultaneously. It was fast food, available at thousands of franchise locations. Pressure fried in minutes, served in buckets for family dinners. It was soul food, prepared in restaurants and homes in Black communities, maintaining traditional techniques and cultural meaning. It was regional specialty, from Nashville hot chicken to Korean double-fried preparations. It was upscale restaurant food, served by Southern chefs claiming culinary heritage. It was Sunday dinner tradition, still prepared by home cooks using recipes inherited from grandmothers. The tensions between these versions, industrial versus artisanal, fast versus careful, cheap versus expensive, convenient versus authentic, reflected larger tensions in American food culture and American society. Questions about who owned culinary traditions, who profited from them, who received credit remained largely unresolved. Black cooks had created Southern fried chicken, but white-owned businesses had largely profited from its commercialization. Korean cooks had innovated remarkable techniques, but their work remained unknown to most Americans. The dish was beloved, ubiquitous, and surrounded by complicated histories and unacknowledged debts. The 21st century would see these tensions intensify and some partial resolutions emerge. But as the millennium ended, fried chicken stood as an American dish, and increasingly a global one, that carried within it multiple histories, multiple meanings, and unresolved questions about food, culture, appropriation, and who gets to tell the stories of what we eat. The first 15 years of the 21st century saw the American fast food fried chicken market reach saturation. Every suburban strip mall seemed to have a KFC, a Popeyes, a Church's, or a regional competitor. With physical expansion reaching limits, chains turned to differentiation through branding, product innovation, and increasingly sophisticated marketing. The rise of social media fundamentally changed how food was discussed, criticized, and promoted. Fried chicken became not just food, but content, meme material, and a surprisingly effective vehicle for corporate identity battles. Chick-fil-A emerged as the decade's most significant success story. Founded in 1946 by S. Truett Cathy in Georgia, the chain had grown steadily but regionally through the late 20th century. What distinguished Chick-fil-A was its focus on chicken sandwiches rather than bone-in fried chicken, its consistent quality control, and its deliberate cultivation of corporate values that resonated with conservative Christian customers. The signature Chick-fil-A sandwich was simple: pressure-fried chicken breast on a buttered bun with 2 pickle slices. The chicken was brined in pickle juice, creating a subtle tanginess that complemented the mild sweetness of the bun. The breading was lighter than KFC's, the chicken more consistently tender. The simplicity was strategic, doing one thing extremely well rather than offering extensive menu variety. But what really differentiated Chick-fil-A was its Sunday closure policy. The chain closed every Sunday, following Cathy's Southern Baptist beliefs about honoring the Sabbath. This decision cost significant revenue. Sundays were among the busiest days for fast food, but it created powerful brand identity. Chick-fil-A wasn't just selling chicken, it was selling values. For customers who shared those values, eating at Chick-fil-A became a form of cultural affiliation. The policy was controversial in ways that evolved over time. Initially, it was simply unusual. A business voluntarily closing on a profitable day. By the 2010s, as Chick-fil-A's leadership made public statements opposing same-sex marriage, and as the company donated to organizations considered anti-LGBTQ+, the Sunday closure became part of a larger cultural battle. Progressive customers boycotted. Conservative customers made a point of eating there, sometimes organizing appreciation days to support the chain against criticism. The controversy didn't hurt business. Arguably, it helped by making Chick-fil-A a symbol of traditional Christian values for millions of Americans who felt their beliefs were under cultural assault. By 2015, Chick-fil-A had become the highest-grossing fast food chain per location in the United States, despite being closed 1 day per week. The success demonstrated that in a saturated market, strong brand identity, even controversial identity, could be more valuable than traditional expansion strategies. Popeyes underwent significant transformation during this period. The chain had operated since 1972, but had struggled financially through the 1990s, cycling through various owners. In 2001, it was acquired by AFC Enterprises, later renamed Popeyes Louisiana Kitchen, Inc., which undertook a comprehensive rebranding. The restaurants were redesigned with Louisiana imagery, wrought iron details, French-inspired typography, New Orleans cultural references. The menu was adjusted to emphasize Louisiana authenticity. Red beans and rice, biscuits, Cajun rice, dirty rice, seasonings branded as Cajun or Louisiana style. The rebranding was somewhat fictional. Popeyes had always invoked Louisiana, but the connection was more marketing than reality. Founder Al Copeland had been from Louisiana, but Popeyes was a corporate operation with supply chains and standardization like any other fast food chain. Nevertheless, the Louisiana identity differentiated Popeyes from KFC's generic Southern branding and positioned it as more authentic, more flavorful, more interesting. Popeyes chicken was prepared differently than KFC's, open fried rather than pressure fried, marinated for 12 hours rather than brined, with spicier seasoning. The result was darker, crispier, more aggressively flavored. The biscuits were exceptionally buttery, dense, and rich, delicious but almost comically indulgent. The entire Popeyes experience positioned itself as more indulgent, more flavorful, less concerned with health or moderation than competitors. KFC, the long dominant leader, struggled to maintain relevance during this period. The brand felt dated, the restaurants often run down, the product inconsistent. KFC cycled through various menu innovations, grilled chicken, chicken bowls, wraps, sandwiches, trying to find new growth. None achieved the success of the original recipe fried chicken, which remained the core product, but faced increasing competition from chains with clearer brand identities. International chains developed unique offerings adapted to local markets. KFC Japan continued its Christmas dominance and introduced products like the Chizza, fried chicken used as pizza crust, which proved popular in Asian markets but never reached America. KFC China became the chain's largest market, serving congee and other localized breakfast items alongside fried chicken. McDonald's and other burger-focused chains increased their chicken offerings, recognizing chicken's growing popularity relative to beef. The rise of social media transformed food marketing fundamentally. Food blogs, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook created new channels for food discourse. Photos of food became social currency. A beautifully photographed meal could generate engagement, likes, and shares. Fast food chains adapted rapidly, investing in social media presence, responding to customer complaints, and praise publicly, creating content designed to go viral. This social media ecosystem also empowered customers in new ways. A bad experience at a restaurant could be broadcast to thousands. A complaint tweeted at a company might receive immediate response from corporate social media teams. Food criticism became democratized. Anyone could be a restaurant reviewer. Anyone's opinion could potentially reach wide audiences. This changed the power dynamic between corporations and customers, though not as dramatically as early internet optimists had predicted. Health consciousness was reshaping consumption patterns during this period. Obesity rates in the United States continued climbing, reaching epidemic levels by public health definitions. 1/3 of American adults were classified as obese by 2010. Medical costs associated with obesity-related conditions, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, were straining healthcare systems. Public health campaigns increasingly targeted fast food, soda, and fried foods as primary culprits. Fast food chains responded with menu labeling showing calorie counts prominently. The information was sobering. A typical fried chicken meal might contain 1,200 calories, more than half an average adult's daily needs. Some customers modified their orders, choosing smaller portions or eliminating high-calorie sides. Many simply ignored the information, continuing established patterns. The calorie labels were simultaneously a step toward transparency and an acknowledgement of how calorie-dense fast food actually was. Boneless chicken products, tenders, nuggets, boneless wings, gained market share during this period, particularly among younger consumers. These products were easier to eat, no bones to navigate, no mess, and appealed to children and teenagers. They were also easier to produce at scale, using breast meat that could be cut uniformly, breaded, fried quickly. From a business perspective, they were ideal. Food traditionalists lamented this shift. Boneless wings weren't wings at all. They were breast meat chunks. The name was misleading. Marketing. Bone-in chicken, traditionalists argued, had more flavor. The bones contributed to the meat's juiciness and taste. Eating chicken with bones was more engaging, required more attention, created a different dining experience. The debate became surprisingly heated in food media, with passionate arguments on both sides about what constituted real chicken. The practical reality was that boneless products expanded the market. People who didn't enjoy dealing with bones could now easily consume chicken. Children could eat without parental help. People eating while driving, a significant portion of fast food consumption, could manage boneless pieces more safely. The convenience was undeniable, even if something was lost in the translation from bone-in to boneless. Regional chains maintained fierce local loyalties during this period. Bojangles in the Carolinas, Raising Cane's expanding from Louisiana, Zaxby's in the Southeast, Church's in Texas and the South. Each had devoted customers who insisted their regional chain was superior to national brands. These loyalties were partly about food quality, but also about regional identity. Supporting the local chain was supporting home, resisting homogenization, maintaining distinctiveness in a landscape of national franchises. Some of these regional chains began national expansion with mixed results. Expanding beyond home territory meant losing the regional identity that made them special, competing directly with established national brands and navigating unfamiliar markets. Raising Cane's successfully expanded, maintaining its simple menu: chicken fingers, fries, coleslaw, Texas toast, proprietary Cane's sauce, and building cult followings in new markets. Others struggled, finding that what worked in one region didn't necessarily translate elsewhere. Korean fried chicken began reaching American consciousness during this period, though still mainly in areas with significant Korean populations. Korean restaurants in Los Angeles, New York, and other major cities served the double fried chicken with various sauces. Food bloggers and adventurous eaters discovered it, wrote about it enthusiastically, shared photos of the remarkably crispy, sauced chicken. The broader American market remained largely unaware, but seeds were being planted for later expansion. Nashville hot chicken gained increasing national attention. Food publications ran features. Anthony Bourdain visited Prince's on his show No Reservations. Tourists added hot chicken to their Nashville itineraries alongside country music sites. The local food scene embraced and expanded hot chicken, with new restaurants offering varying heat levels and preparations. The commercialization and tourism attention transformed hot chicken from local specialty to marketed attraction, with the complicated dynamics that entailed. Economic opportunity for local businesses, alongside concerns about authenticity and appropriation. By 2015, the fried chicken market was mature and competitive. Growth through geographic expansion was largely exhausted. Companies competed through brand identity, menu innovation, and increasingly sophisticated marketing. The market was segmented: Chick-fil-A for customers valuing consistency and Christian identity, Popeyes for those seeking flavor and Louisiana authenticity, KFC for traditional fried chicken and global reach, regional chains for local identity, and various smaller players occupying niches. The stage was set for the next phase of competition, which would be dramatically accelerated by social media and would crystallize around a specific product: the fried chicken sandwich. What happened next, beginning in 2019, would be called the Chicken Sandwich Wars, and it would demonstrate how thoroughly social media had transformed food marketing, how powerful viral moments could be for brand visibility, and how a simple sandwich could become a cultural phenomenon. But in 2015, that moment was still several years in the future. The market was waiting, saturated but stable, for the spark that would ignite the next phase of fried chicken's American story. On August 12, 2019, Popeye's Louisiana Kitchen launched a new product: a fried chicken sandwich consisting of a breaded chicken breast fillet, pickles, and sauce on a brioche bun. It was not a revolutionary invention. Chick-fil-A had been selling essentially the same sandwich for decades. What happened next, however, would become one of the most remarkable stories in fast food history, a moment when social media, corporate marketing, genuine product quality, and cultural hunger for shared experience converged to create something that transcended a simple sandwich. The stage had been set in the preceding years. Chick-fil-A's chicken sandwich had achieved near legendary status among its devotees. The chain's consistent quality, the pickle-brined chicken, the buttered bun, the simplicity of the offering, all had created a product that inspired genuine loyalty. Chick-fil-A's sales per location numbers were the highest in the industry, despite being closed Sundays. The sandwich was, unquestionably, the standard against which other chicken sandwiches would be measured. Popeyes had been working on its sandwich for several years, testing formulations and preparations. The company recognized an opportunity. If they could create a product that competed directly with Chick-fil-A's signature item, but offered it 7 days a week and at a slightly lower price point, they might capture market share from the industry leader. The Popeyes sandwich used their standard fried chicken breast, the same one sold as a bone-in piece, butterflied and flattened to fit the bun. The breading was Popeye's standard spicy coating. Customers could choose between regular or spicy versions, between mayonnaise or spicy Cajun sauce. The bun was brioche, slightly sweet, buttered and toasted. Initial marketing was modest: social media, posts announcing the new product, some local advertising, the standard rollout for a new menu item. The sandwich was good. The chicken was crispier than Chick-fil-A's. The spicy version offered heat that Chick-fil-A didn't provide. The overall experience was satisfying and notably cheaper than Chick-fil-A. Early customer response was positive. Food bloggers who tried it posted favorable reviews. Sales in the first week exceeded expectations. Then came the tweet that would change everything. On August 19, 2019, Popeyes tweeted, "You all good?" The tweet was a response to Chick-fil-A's own tweet that had said, "Bun plus chicken plus pickles equals all the for the original." Popeye's response was subtle, barely more than punctuation and 3 words. But the implication was clear. Popeyes was challenging Chick-fil-A's claim to being the original and best chicken sandwich. Chick-fil-A responded, "You're out here fighting about which of these fixins is better." The exchange was playful. Corporate social media teams engaged in friendly rivalry. But it ignited something. Twitter users seized on the exchange. Within hours, thousands of people were tweeting about the sandwiches, taking sides, declaring loyalty to one chain or the other. Food bloggers rushed to conduct comparison tests. Memes proliferated. The conversation spread from Twitter to Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, and into text message conversations across the country. What happened next shocked even the participants. Demand for the Popeyes sandwich exploded. Lines formed at Popeyes locations, sometimes stretching through parking lots and into the street. Wait times exceeded an hour. Restaurants sold out of chicken, of buns, of the specific components needed for the sandwich. Popeye's supply chain, calibrated for normal demand, plus a modest increase from a new product launch, was completely overwhelmed. The scarcity intensified the desire. People who might have casually tried the sandwich when convenient were now determined to obtain it before it sold out. The sandwich became a quest, a challenge, a status symbol. Social media posts showing the successfully acquired sandwich generated engagement. People documented their search, locations tried, failures, eventual success. The sandwich had become an experience, a story to tell, not just food to eat. By late August, most Popeyes locations had sold out entirely. The company had not anticipated this level of demand and couldn't quickly increase supply. There were limits to how fast chicken could be processed, breaded, and distributed to thousands of locations. On August 27th, less than 2 weeks after launch, Popeyes announced on social media, "Y'all, we love that you love the sandwich. Unfortunately, we're sold out for now." The sellout announcement created even more frenzy. The sandwich had been available for only 2 weeks, and now it was gone, with no clear timeline for return. Secondary markets emerged, people selling sandwiches on Craigslist and eBay for absurd markups. Stories circulated of people buying multiple sandwiches and reselling them. The cultural moment had fully detached from the actual product. The sandwich had become symbol, meme, cultural artifact. Tragically, violence erupted. On November the 4th, 2019, when the sandwich had been restocked at some locations, an altercation at a Popeyes in Maryland resulted in a man being stabbed to death after an argument over cutting in line. The incident shocked observers and raised serious questions about what was happening. How had a chicken sandwich become something people would physically fight over, with fatal consequences? The death was a stark reminder that viral marketing phenomena had real-world effects, that manufactured scarcity and social media hype could contribute to dangerous situations. Popeyes officially brought the sandwich back nationwide on November the 3rd, 2019, with the announcement, "I'm back," on social media. Lines formed again. Though the company had improved supply chains to better meet demand, the sandwich remained popular, but the initial frenzy gradually subsided into sustained strong sales. Popeyes had succeeded. the sandwich became a permanent menu item and a significant revenue driver. The business impacts were substantial. Popeye's same-store sales increased dramatically. The chain's parent company, Restaurant Brands International, saw stock price increases. Franchise applications for new Popeyes locations surged. Investors recognized that the brand had achieved new relevance and visibility. The sandwich reportedly generated hundreds of millions in additional revenue in its first year. Competitors immediately recognized they needed responses. McDonald's, which had been testing a fried chicken sandwich in some markets, accelerated development. Wendy's, which had discontinued its chicken sandwich years earlier, began working on a new version. KFC, ironically, the chain most historically associated with fried chicken, scrambled to develop a sandwich that could compete. Burger King, owned by the same parent company as Popeyes, introduced its own chicken sandwich. By 2020, every major fast food chain was either launching a new chicken sandwich or promoting an existing one with renewed marketing emphasis. The chicken sandwich wars became industry parlance for this competitive period. Food media covered each new entry, conducting comparisons and rankings. The discourse around chicken sandwiches reached absurd heights. Serious articles debated pickle placement, bun selection, sauce formulations, breading techniques. What the phenomenon revealed was more interesting than the sandwiches themselves. Social media had created conditions where viral moments could generate business value that exceeded traditional advertising by orders of magnitude. Popeyes spent relatively little on paid advertising for the sandwich. The Twitter exchange and subsequent organic social media conversation provided exposure worth tens of millions of dollars. Other companies took note, studying how Popeyes had won social media and trying to replicate the magic. But the phenomenon also revealed genuine hunger, not just for food, but for shared cultural experiences. In an increasingly fragmented media landscape where people consumed content from thousands of sources, where political polarization divided families and communities, where the COVID-19 pandemic, which began spreading globally in early 2020, would soon isolate people further, the chicken sandwich wars offered something rare, a shared experience that wasn't traumatic or divisive. People across demographic lines participated in the conversation, tried the sandwiches, formed opinions, engaged in friendly debates. The fact that this shared experience centered on fast food fried chicken was telling. Fried chicken carried cultural weight. It was Southern. It was soul food. It was comfort food. It was associated with Black culinary traditions, even though that association was often unacknowledged. The sandwich form made it accessible, portable, easy. The Popeyes version, with its Louisiana branding and spicier option, felt slightly less corporate than Chick-fil-A's more polished presentation. For customers troubled by Chick-fil-A's corporate values, Popeyes offered an alternative that was open Sundays and less politically fraught. The social media aspect couldn't be separated from the experience. People weren't just eating sandwiches. They were documenting eating sandwiches, sharing opinions, engaging in conversation. The sandwich became content, something to post about, a way to participate in a trending topic. The line between genuine enthusiasm and performative engagement was blurry. Probably even the participants couldn't fully distinguish their authentic preferences from their desire to be part of the moment. COVID-19, emerging in the final months of this period, would reshape the entire food service industry. Dining rooms closed. Drive-through and delivery became dominant. The chicken sandwich wars continued. Chains kept launching new versions through 2020 and beyond. But the context changed. The communal aspect of waiting in line, of the shared in-store experience, of the social element of fast food dining, largely disappeared, replaced by isolated consumption of food delivered to homes or handed through car windows. Yet, the chicken sandwich wars had demonstrated something that would persist beyond the pandemic, that in the 21st century, virality was currency, that social media engagement could drive massive business results, that food was as much about story and experience as it was about nutrition and taste. A fried chicken sandwich, a food item that had existed in various forms for decades, had become a cultural phenomenon through the alchemy of timing, social media, and genuine, if sometimes manufactured, desire. By late 2020, every fast food chain had a chicken sandwich. The market had absorbed the phenomenon and moved toward a new equilibrium. Popeyes had established itself as a major player. Chick-fil-A maintained its dominant position and actually benefited from the increased attention to chicken sandwiches generally. The smaller chains and new entrants captured niches. Consumers had more options than ever, though whether the options were meaningfully different was debatable. Most chicken sandwiches consisted of the same basic components, with variations in seasoning, sauce, and bun that created distinction without transformation. The story of the chicken sandwich wars would be studied in business schools as a case study in viral marketing, in the power of social media, in how manufactured scarcity creates desire. But it was also a moment that revealed something about contemporary American culture, the hunger not just for food, but for shared experience, for participation in cultural moments, for something that felt authentic, even when it was corporate and commercialized. The fried chicken sandwich, descendant of techniques developed by enslaved cooks in the 18th century, carrier of cultural histories usually unacknowledged, had become the vehicle for a very 21st century phenomenon, where the medium, social media, viral spread, participatory consumption, was inseparable from the message. The COVID-19 pandemic, beginning in early 2020, disrupted every aspect of the restaurant industry. Dining rooms closed, sometimes for months, sometimes permanently. Restaurants that survived did so by pivoting to takeout and delivery, by operating at reduced capacity with elaborate safety protocols, by fundamentally reimagining what food service meant when customers couldn't or wouldn't gather in shared spaces. Fried chicken, as portable comfort food well suited to takeout, weathered the crisis better than many dishes. But the pandemic accelerated trends that were already reshaping how Americans obtained and consumed food, and those changes would persist into the industry's recovery. Delivery apps, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, became essential infrastructure almost overnight. What had been convenient options for some consumers became the primary way many people accessed restaurant food during lockdowns. For restaurants, the apps offered survival at a cost. the delivery platforms charged commissions of 25 to 30%, making already thin margins nearly impossible. Restaurants raised prices for delivery orders, trying to offset the commission, making delivery expensive for consumers while still barely profitable for restaurants. Fried chicken adapted well to delivery. Unlike delicate foods that degraded quickly, fried chicken remained edible even after a 30-minute drive in an insulated bag. It wouldn't be as crispy as when fresh from the fryer, but it retained structural integrity and flavor. Chains like Popeyes and Chick-fil-A saw delivery sales surge. Independent restaurants added fried chicken to their menus, specifically because it traveled well, providing reliable delivery revenue. Ghost kitchens emerged as a pandemic-era phenomenon that persisted into recovery. These were commercial kitchen spaces operated solely for delivery, with no dining room and often no customer-facing presence at all. A single kitchen might operate multiple restaurants, virtual brands that existed only on delivery apps. One kitchen could simultaneously prepare burgers under one brand name, fried chicken under another, and pasta under a third, optimizing kitchen equipment use and testing concepts with minimal risk. Celebrity chefs and entrepreneurs launched virtual fried chicken brands operating from ghost kitchens. The model required minimal capital compared to traditional restaurants. No dining room construction, no front-of-house staff, reduced overhead. The risks were lower, but so was the differentiation. On a delivery app with no physical presence and limited ability to convey quality, virtual brands competed primarily on price, photos, and the increasingly unreliable mechanism of online reviews. Plant-based meat alternatives reached the fried chicken market during this period. Companies like Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat had achieved success with plant-based burgers that approximated ground beef's taste and texture. Chicken presented different challenges: the fibrous texture of chicken breast, the way it pulled apart when bitten, the specific flavor profile. All were harder to replicate with plant proteins than ground beef's relatively simple texture. Nevertheless, several companies launched plant-based fried chicken products. KFC tested Beyond Fried Chicken in select markets. Impossible Foods developed plant-based chicken nuggets. Smaller companies created their own versions using various plant proteins: soy, pea protein, wheat gluten, mycoprotein. The products aimed at multiple consumer segments: vegetarians and vegans, obviously, but also flexitarians trying to reduce meat consumption for health or environmental reasons, and curious omnivores willing to try novel foods. The plant-based fried chicken reviews were mixed. Some preparations achieved reasonable approximations of chicken's texture and flavor. Others fell short, producing something that might satisfy vegetarians who hadn't eaten chicken in years, but which couldn't fool anyone familiar with actual chicken. The breading and frying technique often worked better than the protein substitute. A competently fried coating could disguise significant deficiencies in the underlying product. The environmental and ethical arguments for plant-based chicken were compelling. Industrial chicken production involved significant environmental costs: greenhouse gas emissions, water usage, waste management challenges. Animal welfare concerns were substantial. Chickens raised for meat lived in crowded conditions, bred to grow so rapidly their legs sometimes couldn't support their weight, slaughtered after only 6 to 8 weeks of life. Plant-based alternatives eliminated these concerns, at least directly, though they introduced others related to industrial agriculture and processed food production. Consumer adoption remained limited. Plant-based chicken captured small but growing market share, primarily in progressive urban areas among younger, more affluent consumers. Price was a barrier. Plant-based alternatives often cost more than conventional chicken, despite chicken having significantly higher production costs when environmental externalities weren't factored in. The premium reflected development costs, smaller scale production, and pricing strategies targeting consumers willing to pay more for perceived health and environmental benefits. Supply chain disruptions affected chicken availability and pricing through 2021 and into 2022. Labor shortages at processing plants, transportation bottlenecks, increased feed costs, all contributed to rising chicken prices and occasional supply constraints. Some restaurants struggled to source chicken reliably. Prices increased significantly, though less dramatically than beef. The disruptions reminded consumers and restaurants of the complex global systems underlying even simple commodity foods like chicken. Korean fried chicken achieved mainstream American recognition during this period. Chains like Bonchon, which had been expanding gradually since the mid-2000s, accelerated growth. New Korean fried chicken concepts opened in major cities. Food media extensively covered the category, explaining double frying technique and sauce variations to American audiences. The timing was fortuitous. Delivery suited Korean fried chicken well, and the pandemic period's delivery dominance introduced many Americans to the cuisine through takeout. What distinguished Korean fried chicken wasn't just crispiness, but the sauces. Yangnyeom, sweet, spicy, garlicky, became recognizable to American consumers who might never have encountered Korean food otherwise. Soy garlic sauce offered savory, sweet alternative. The presentation, with chicken pieces generously coated in glossy sauce and often garnished with sesame seeds and scallions, photographed beautifully for social media. Korean fried chicken was Instagram-ready food, and its visual appeal contributed to its spread. Korean fried chicken also benefited from Korean pop culture's rising global profile. Korean pop music, television dramas, and films reached international audiences in unprecedented numbers. Food was part of that cultural package. People who discovered K-pop or Korean dramas often became curious about Korean food, and fried chicken, approachable, not too challenging for Western palates, served as gateway cuisine. Recognition of Black culinary contributions to American food increased during this period, though progress remained incomplete and contested. The 2020 protests following George Floyd's murder sparked broader conversations about racial justice, including in food media. Food writers and historians published articles and books documenting Black chefs and cooks' contributions. Discussions about culinary appropriation, white chefs profiting from Black foodways without acknowledgement, became more common and more pointed. Some progress occurred. Food publications made efforts to credit Black cooks when writing about Southern food and soul food. Black food historians like Michael Twitty, whose The Cooking Gene was published in 2017, received wider attention. Restaurants and chefs began more explicitly acknowledging that Southern fried chicken was created by enslaved cooks, that the techniques and traditions had African roots, that the history was inseparable from slavery and its aftermath. But the progress was uneven. Many food businesses continued operating as they always had, serving food created by black cooks without acknowledgement or compensation to those communities. The fast food chains selling billions of dollars of fried chicken annually made no meaningful gestures toward recognizing or compensating the communities whose ancestors had created what they sold. The gap between rhetoric about recognition and actual structural change remained enormous. Craft fried chicken restaurants emerged in major cities, positioning themselves as elevated alternatives to fast food. These establishments emphasized quality ingredients, heritage breed chickens from small farms, organic vegetables, artisan breads. They charged premium prices. A fried chicken meal might cost $25 or $30 instead of fast food's $8 to $10. The target customer was urban, relatively affluent, interested in food quality and sourcing. Some of these restaurants were opened by celebrated chefs bringing fine dining technique to fried chicken. Others were opened by entrepreneurs identifying a market niche. The food ranged from excellent to pretentious, sometimes both simultaneously. At their best, craft fried chicken restaurants demonstrated what the dish could be when ingredient quality and technical execution were prioritized. At their worst, they exemplified gentrification dynamics. Expensive versions of working-class food served in newly affluent neighborhoods to customers whose presence often displaced the communities for whom fried chicken had cultural significance. Nashville hot chicken continued spreading nationally, with varying levels of authenticity. Chains like Hattie B's and restaurants in multiple cities served versions of varying heat levels. The spiciest versions, Shut the Cluck Up, and similar hyperbolic names, became challenges, food to be conquered and photographed, evidence of toughness. The original Nashville establishments, particularly Prince's, maintained their operations and reputations, but the dish had definitively entered mainstream consciousness, with all the dilution that entailed. Animal welfare concerns gained traction among some consumers. Exposés of industrial chicken production, birds living in windowless buildings, bred for such rapid growth they could barely walk, culled at 6 weeks old, disturbed people who'd never considered where their chicken came from. Some consumers responded by seeking out chicken raised under higher welfare standards, free-range, organic, from smaller producers. These options cost significantly more, limiting access to affluent consumers, but demand grew steadily. Sustainability questions intensified. Climate change concerns led some consumers to evaluate their food choices' environmental impact. Chicken's environmental footprint was smaller than beef's. Chickens converted feed to meat more efficiently, required less land, produced fewer emissions. But industrial chicken production still involved significant resource use and waste production. The most sustainable option was probably eating less chicken overall, but food systems and consumer preferences made that difficult. By 2024, fried chicken existed in more forms, in more places. prepared more ways than ever before. It was fast food available everywhere instantly. It was craft restaurant dish prepared with meticulous attention and premium ingredients. It was Korean fried chicken in multiple sauce variations. It was Nashville hot chicken at various heat levels. It was plant-based alternatives trying to approximate the real thing. It was home-cooked Sunday dinner, maintaining traditions. It was delivery food, ordered on apps. It was social media content, photographed and posted. It was all of these simultaneously, a dish whose ubiquity and variety reflected its fundamental appeal while obscuring its complex history. The questions facing fried chicken were the questions facing food systems generally: sustainability, animal welfare, fair labor practices, equitable access to quality food, recognition of cultural contributions, balancing convenience with quality and tradition. None of these questions had simple answers. The systems producing and serving fried chicken involved millions of chickens, thousands of restaurants, complex supply chains, corporate interests, cultural meanings, individual desires for convenience, and comfort and connection. Most people ordering fried chicken, whether from an app, a drive-through, or a craft restaurant, weren't thinking about these complexities. They wanted something that tasted good, that was affordable or worth the price, that satisfied immediate hunger, and perhaps evoked memories or cultural connection. The food itself remained what it had always been: chicken, coating, hot fat, skillful preparation creating something delicious. But everything surrounding that simple act of frying chicken in fat had become almost impossibly complex, embedded in systems and histories and questions that had no easy resolution. The dish that enslaved cooks had created from necessity and genius had become global, industrial, contested, and still, somehow, despite everything, capable of providing comfort and satisfaction to anyone who bit into a properly fried piece of chicken. Looking across 5,000 years from the first domesticated chickens in the Indus Valley to the 21st century chicken sandwich wars, certain patterns emerge with uncomfortable clarity. The history of fried chicken reveals not just how a dish develops and spreads, but how knowledge is created, stolen, and sometimes partially reclaimed. It demonstrates how foods become intertwined with identity, how economic systems shape what and how we eat, and how the same dish can simultaneously represent exploitation and artistry, appropriation and heritage, industrial efficiency and cultural meaning. The most persistent pattern is cultural appropriation without credit or compensation. This pattern appears repeatedly throughout fried chicken's history, but it crystallizes most clearly in the American South. Enslaved West African cooks synthesized their sophisticated frying techniques and spice knowledge with Scottish methods and available ingredients to create Southern fried chicken. They did this work under bondage, without choice, without compensation, beyond inadequate rations and survival. Their culinary genius was stolen as thoroughly as their labor. When white Southerners claimed fried chicken as simply Southern food with no acknowledgement of its black creators, they completed the theft. When cookbooks written by white women documented recipes created by enslaved cooks without attribution, they erased the actual authors. When Harlan Sanders built a franchise empire on fried chicken and marketed it with imagery of white Southern gentility, with no mention of the centuries of black culinary expertise that made his product possible, he participated in historical erasure for commercial gain. This appropriation wasn't accidental or incidental. It was structural. The same legal and social systems that denied black people freedom and basic rights also denied them credit for cultural and intellectual contributions. A society that defined black people as property couldn't simultaneously acknowledge them as creative agents whose expertise was valuable and worthy of recognition. The appropriation was built into the power structure. What makes this history particularly painful is that exploitation and artistry were inseparable. Southern fried chicken was created in the context of slavery, but it was genuinely innovative, skillful, delicious. The cooks who developed it were demonstrating creativity, intelligence, and culinary genius while being denied recognition as fully human. Their oppression and their brilliance coexisted. There's no way to celebrate the food without confronting the conditions under which it was created. There's no way to honor the creators without acknowledging that their creation happened in bondage. Similar patterns appear elsewhere in food history. Italian tomato sauce relies on tomatoes from the Americas brought through colonial exploitation. The spices that define Indian cuisine reached India through trade networks that would eventually facilitate British colonialism. Chocolate, coffee, sugar, so many foods that seem simply delicious carry histories of empire, slavery, and extraction. Fried chicken isn't unique in this regard, but its history makes the pattern particularly visible because the theft happened relatively recently and the perpetrators are identifiable. Why do simple foods become cultural touchstones? Fried chicken's history suggests several reasons. First, the food has to be genuinely good, delicious enough that people want to eat it repeatedly, that it creates positive associations and memories. Fried chicken achieves this through the alchemy of hot fat, properly seasoned coating, and the chicken's own flavor, creating textures and tastes that humans find deeply appealing. Second, the food has to be accessible but special. Fried chicken has always occupied this interesting space. It's not made from exotic ingredients or impossible to source components. It's chicken, flour or cornmeal, fat, salt, pepper. These ingredients are available across wide geographic and economic ranges, but the preparation requires skill, time, and attention. It's not everyday food for most people. It's reserved for Sundays, celebrations, special occasions. This combination of accessibility and specialness makes food meaningful. Third, foods become touchstones when they're connected to important social contexts. Fried chicken was Sunday dinner, the meal after church when family gathered. It was celebration food, 4th of July picnics, reunions, weddings. It marked time and community. The food was never just nutrition. It was always embedded in social meaning. These contexts made fried chicken carry emotional weight beyond its taste. The tension between regional pride and global standardization runs throughout the modern history of fried chicken. Maryland claims its pan-fried version. Nashville owns hot chicken. The Carolinas, Georgia, Virginia, Kentucky Each insists on the superiority of its regional preparation. This regional pride reflects genuine differences that developed over generations as local cooks adapted techniques to available ingredients and community preferences. But global standardization has worked against regional distinctiveness. Kentucky Fried Chicken spread a single preparation method worldwide. The franchise model requires consistency. A customer in Tokyo should receive the same product as a customer in Tennessee. This consistency is the point from a business perspective, but it flattens regional variation, reduces the specific to the generic, and replaces locally adapted techniques with industrial standardization. The result is that both exist simultaneously. Regional specialties maintained by local restaurants and home cooks coexist with globally standardized fast food versions. Neither has eliminated the other. People maintain loyalty to regional preparations while also eating fast food versions. The tension isn't resolved, but rather permanently sustained, with consumers navigating between authentic local preparations and convenient standardized products based on circumstance, preference, and economic constraints. What makes fried chicken universal yet particular? The universal appeal comes from fundamental human responses. We're attracted to the Maillard reaction's complex flavors, to the textural contrast between crispy coating and tender meat, to the satisfaction of fat and salt and protein. These responses transcend culture. Every culture that has encountered fried chicken has found ways to appreciate it, even when adapting it substantially to local preferences. The particularity comes from how each culture adapts the concept. Japanese Christmas, KFC. Korean double fried chicken with gochujang sauce. Nashville hot chicken with cayenne paste. West African preparations with palm oil and indigenous peppers. Each represents specific cultural adaptation. The universal appeal of fried chicken creates the foundation. But what's built on that foundation reflects particular cultural contexts, available ingredients, and local preferences. Economic accessibility has been crucial to fried chicken's cultural significance. Throughout most of its history, fried chicken was relatively affordable, made from chickens that were cheap to raise and widely available. The labor intensity made it special occasion food, but the ingredients themselves didn't require wealth. This meant fried chicken could be meaningful across class lines. Poor families and wealthy families both ate it, though perhaps with different frequency and preparation quality. The comfort food psychology is real and measurable. Foods become comforting partly through positive associations. If fried chicken meant Sunday dinner with family, then eating fried chicken later in life evokes those memories and feelings. The physiological effects of fat and salt on the brain contribute too. These nutrients trigger reward responses that made evolutionary sense when fat and salt were scarce. Comfort food provides both psychological comfort through association and biochemical reward through nutrient content. The slow return of credit to originators is happening, but remains incomplete. Food historians and writers, particularly Black scholars like Jessica Harris and Michael Twitty, have documented African and African American contributions to American cuisine. Mainstream food media increasingly acknowledges these contributions. Some restaurants and chefs explicitly credit the black cooks who created Southern food traditions. But structural recognition and compensation remain largely absent. The corporations making billions from fried chicken haven't made meaningful, reparative gestures to black communities. Food businesses continue operating on knowledge extracted from black culinary traditions without returning value to those communities. Acknowledgement in articles and books is valuable but insufficient compared to economic justice. Technology has continuously changed fried chicken technique, from open fire to cast iron stoves to pressure fryers to industrial deep fryers with computer-controlled temperature. Each innovation changed something about the process, usually making it faster, more consistent, or more scalable. Yet, the core appeal remains unchanged. People in 2024, responding to well-fried chicken, are experiencing the same fundamental pleasures as people 2,000 years ago. The crispiness, the flavor, the satisfaction. This suggests something about the relationship between tradition and innovation. Technology can improve efficiency without necessarily improving the fundamental product. Pressure frying produces acceptable fried chicken in 8 minutes instead of 30, but it doesn't produce better fried chicken than careful, traditional preparation. Industrial scale makes fried chicken available everywhere instantly, but it doesn't make it more delicious than a skilled cook's careful work. The history also reveals how quickly culinary knowledge can be created and how slowly credit returns. Enslaved cooks developed Southern fried chicken over perhaps 50 to 75 years in the 1700s and early 1800s. The theft of credit began immediately and persisted for over 200 years. We're now perhaps 25 years into the process of returning credit, and that process is far from complete. The creation was rapid, the theft was immediate. The restoration is generational work still in progress. What this history teaches about food, culture, and justice is simultaneously simple and difficult. Food is never just food. It carries history, reflects power structures, embodies cultural knowledge, connects to identity. The same dish can represent both oppression and resistance, exploitation and creativity. Justice requires acknowledging actual history. Who created what, under what circumstances, who profited, and who was denied recognition. It requires changing current practices, ensuring that communities receive appropriate credit and compensation for their cultural contributions. But knowledge, once created and spread, is difficult to control or recover. Fried chicken belongs to everyone now, in a practical sense. People worldwide prepare and enjoy it, often with no knowledge of its origins. The challenge is to honor origins and creators while acknowledging that food inevitably spreads, adapts, and becomes part of multiple cultures. The solution isn't to prevent cultural exchange. That's neither possible nor desirable. The solution is honest acknowledgement, appropriate credit, and structural changes that ensure communities can benefit from their cultural contributions. Fried chicken's history demonstrates that simple foods can carry profound meanings, that culinary innovation happens in all circumstances, including oppression, that appropriation and erasure follow predictable patterns, and that Recovering stolen history requires persistent effort over generations. These lessons apply beyond fried chicken to countless foods, to cultural production generally, to the ongoing work of building more just societies. The dish itself remains delicious, satisfying, meaningful, but eating it with full awareness of its history creates obligations to remember, to acknowledge, to work toward justice, to resist the erasures that historical power structures created and that contemporary systems often perpetuate. We began this journey 5,000 years ago in the Indus Valley, where humans first domesticated the red jungle fowl, transforming a wary forest bird into the chicken we know today. We traced the bird's spread along ancient trade routes, watched as multiple cultures independently discovered that frying in hot fat created something extraordinary. We followed the convergence of Scottish, West African, and indigenous techniques in the American South, where enslaved cooks synthesized these traditions under conditions of profound injustice, creating a dish that would become one of the world's most beloved foods. The transformation is remarkable when viewed across its full arc. What began as ancient preservation technique, using hot fat to cook food quickly, drive out moisture, extend edibility, became refined through centuries of practice across multiple continents. West African cooks developed sophisticated spice blends and coating methods. Scottish cooks practiced straightforward fat frying. When these traditions met in plantation kitchens, enslaved cooks applied their expertise to create southern fried chicken, buttermilk brined, flour-coated, perfectly seasoned, fried to crispy, juicy perfection. From plantation kitchens, fried chicken spread to become symbol of southern hospitality, though credit rarely went to its actual creators. After emancipation, black cooks finally began profiting directly from their expertise, opening restaurants, selling food at train stations, maintaining techniques through Sunday dinners and church gatherings. The dish became central to African American foodways, representing cultural continuity, family tradition, and culinary excellence achieved despite systematic oppression. The 20th century brought industrialization and commercialization. Harlan Sanders' pressure frying technique made fried chicken fast food, suitable for franchising and global expansion. Kentucky Fried Chicken spread worldwide, followed by competitors. The dish that had required an hour of careful attention could now be produced in minutes by minimally trained workers following standardized procedures. What was gained in efficiency and accessibility was partially lost in flavor complexity and cultural connection. Global expansion created new variations. Japanese families eating KFC for Christmas created a tradition that would have mystified both Kentucky colonels and West African cooks, but which became genuinely meaningful in its own context. Korean cooks transformed fried chicken through double frying and sauce innovations, creating preparations that achieved crispiness and flavor complexity that rivaled or exceeded the originals that inspired them. Each culture that encountered fried chicken adapted it, creating hybrid forms that testified to both the dish's fundamental appeal and its adaptability. The 21st century has seen continued evolution. Craft restaurants elevating preparation quality, plant-based alternatives addressing sustainability and ethical concerns, viral marketing moments like the chicken sandwich wars, demonstrating social media's power to drive cultural phenomena. Throughout, traditional preparations persist in home kitchens and small restaurants, maintained by cooks who value the food's cultural meaning and connection to history. The core transformation, viewed from 5,000 years' distance, is this. An ancient cooking technique applied to a useful bird became, through the genius of cooks working under slavery, a dish of extraordinary appeal that spread globally and generated billions of dollars in commerce, while its creators went largely unrecognized for generations. That's the story. Technical innovation, cultural synthesis, systematic exploitation, incomplete reckoning. The ongoing questions are substantial and interconnected. Sustainability concerns are real. Industrial chicken production uses significant resources, produces substantial waste, and contributes to climate change through emissions and land use. Current production levels aren't environmentally sustainable long-term. Solutions exist, but require systemic changes. Regenerative agriculture practices, reduced consumption levels, different relationships between humans and food animals, willingness to pay true costs rather than externalized environmental damage. Animal welfare presents equally serious questions. The chickens raised for meat today live lives that many people, if they considered them, would find ethically unacceptable. Crowded conditions, bodies bred to grow so rapidly they can barely function, slaughter after 6 weeks of life. Alternative production methods exist: pastured poultry, slower growing heritage breeds, higher welfare standards, but they cost more and produce less, creating economic barriers to their widespread adoption. Fair credit and compensation for cultural contributions remains largely unresolved. We acknowledge more readily now that enslaved cooks created Southern fried chicken, that West African culinary expertise was essential to its development. This acknowledgement appears in food media, in historical scholarship, in some restaurant marketing. But structural compensation is absent. The corporations profiting from fried chicken haven't made meaningful reparative gestures. Food businesses continue operating on extracted knowledge without returning value to originating communities. Paths forward exist, though none are simple. Regenerative agriculture, farming practices that rebuild soil health, sequester carbon, support biodiversity, could make chicken production environmentally sustainable. Some farmers are practicing these methods now, raising pastured poultry that lives more naturally and whose production enhances rather than degrades landscapes. Scaling these practices requires consumers willing to pay higher prices, policy changes that support sustainable agriculture, and collective commitment to environmental health over cheapness. Proper attribution and celebration of Black culinary traditions requires cultural and economic changes. Food media must consistently credit actual creators. Restaurants serving food derived from Black culinary traditions should acknowledge that heritage explicitly. Educational systems should teach accurate food history. Most ambitiously, mechanisms should be created to ensure communities receive economic benefits from their cultural contributions, whether through direct compensation, investment in Black-owned food businesses, or structural changes to how intellectual and cultural property rights function. What does it mean to eat fried chicken consciously today? It means acknowledging the complicated history, the genius and the exploitation, the cultural richness and the appropriation. It means supporting businesses that practice ethical sourcing, that pay workers fairly, that credit origins honestly. It means being willing to pay more for chicken raised under higher welfare standards, from smaller producers using sustainable practices. It means preserving and celebrating traditional preparations, maintaining the knowledge that previous generations developed and transmitted. It also means accepting that perfection isn't possible. Almost no one can source all their food ethically all the time. Economic constraints, geographic limitations, time pressures, life's practical realities mean most people will sometimes eat fast food fried chicken produced by industrial systems we might wish to change. The goal isn't purity, but consciousness, making choices with awareness, supporting better practices when possible, working toward systemic changes, even while participating imperfectly in existing systems. Small businesses preserving traditional methods represent hope and challenge simultaneously. A family-owned restaurant in Atlanta, serving fried chicken using their grandmother's recipe, maintains cultural knowledge and provides livelihood. But they compete against chains with massive marketing budgets, economies of scale, and prime locations. They often operate with thin margins in economically marginalized neighborhoods. Supporting these businesses requires intentional choices, seeking them out, paying prices that reflect their true costs, spreading word to others, recognizing that convenience and cheapness often come at the expense of quality and cultural authenticity. The younger generation offers reasons for measured optimism. Many young people demonstrate genuine interest in food origins, in authentic cultural connections, in justice and sustainability. They ask where food comes from, who created it, whether it was produced ethically. They're more likely than previous generations to seek out traditional preparations, to support minority-owned businesses, to make consumption choices based on values beyond price and convenience. This shift isn't universal and isn't without its own contradictions, but it represents meaningful change in consciousness. Korean fried chicken's success in America demonstrates that culinary innovation and cultural exchange can happen in ways that honor origins. Korean restaurants serving their version of fried chicken explicitly presented as Korean food, creating fusion while maintaining distinct identity. They built success not through appropriation, but through offering something genuinely excellent that American consumers recognized as both familiar and new. This model, adaptation that maintains cultural specificity and credit, suggests possibilities for more ethical cultural exchange. The dish endures because it represents something fundamental: the transformation of simple ingredients through skill into something that nourishes both body and spirit. Fried chicken, done well, is delicious in ways that transcend cultural boundaries, but it also carries meaning specific to particular communities. For African Americans, connection to ancestors who created this food under bondage, pride in culinary traditions that survived and thrived despite oppression. For Southerners of all backgrounds, regional identity and family memory. For Korean Americans, both Korean heritage and American adaptation. For food lovers everywhere, appreciation for craft and flavor. The best fried chicken, whether from a grandmother's kitchen, a Nashville hot chicken shack, a Korean restaurant, or even occasionally from a particularly good fast food location, represents the same things that any excellent food represents: attention, skill, care, and the desire to create satisfaction and pleasure for others. The cook who perfectly times the frying, who seasons thoughtfully, who takes pride in the result, is practicing a craft refined over generations. That craft deserves recognition. The future of fried chicken will likely include continued diversification, more variations, more cultural adaptations, more technological innovations in both production and preparation. Plant-based alternatives will improve and capture larger market share, though conventional chicken will likely remain dominant. Industrial production will continue and perhaps become more sustainable through technological improvement and regulatory pressure. Traditional preparations will persist, maintained by people who value connection to history and culture. Most hopefully, the future includes more honest reckoning with history. The story of fried chicken, from ancient frying techniques to West African expertise to enslaved cook's genius to global spread, should be known, taught, acknowledged. The people who created this food, whose names we largely don't know, whose contributions were stolen and denied, deserve recognition even retroactively, even inadequately. We can't undo the past, but we can tell the truth about it. We can resist ongoing erasure. We can work toward structures that prevent similar patterns of appropriation and exploitation. As you finish this history, wherever you are, whatever time it is, perhaps you're thinking about fried chicken differently than when we began. Perhaps you're remembering fried chicken you've eaten at your grandmother's table, at a family reunion, from a late-night fast food run, at a Korean restaurant with friends. Perhaps you're thinking about who cooked it, where the chicken came from, what history the dish carries. The food itself, chicken, coating, hot fat, skill, remains uncomplicated. It's the histories, the systems, the meanings that are complex. Fried chicken can be both celebration and reminder, pleasure and education, delicious food and carrier of difficult truths. It can be all these things simultaneously because history is complicated, because foods accumulate meanings, because we can hold multiple truths at once, that this dish is wonderful and that its creation involved terrible injustice, that we can enjoy it while acknowledging its history, that pleasure and consciousness need not be opposites. The hands that first created Southern fried chicken in plantation kitchens, skilled, creative, denied freedom and credit, deserve recognition we can never fully give, but we can try, we can remember, we can tell the truth, we can support the descendants of those cooks when they operate food businesses. We can insist on accurate history. We can work toward the food systems that are more just, more sustainable, more honest about origins and credits. And we can appreciate, with full awareness of everything behind it, this remarkable food, crispy, juicy, perfectly seasoned, satisfying in ways that transcend simple nutrition. Fried chicken, in all its variations and contradictions, remains what it has always been: proof of human ingenuity, evidence of cultural creativity, comfort food that comforts because it's genuinely good. The dish will endure because skill and flavor transcend the systems that try to exploit them. The story will continue being told, hopefully with increasing honesty, as we work toward a future where the pleasures of food and the demands of justice can exist together, where eating fried chicken means not choosing between enjoyment and consciousness, but embracing both fully, aware of where we've been and intentional about where we're going.